Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. My name is Julia Stepnowska. I'm part of the PR and marketing team here at Invest in Pomerania. This is our second edition of the Aviation Hub Pomerania Conference. We're going big this year. We're going to talk about sustainability and innovation. So it's my pleasure to introduce the official opening of the conference by Marcin Grzegory, our Deputy Director here at Invest in Pomerania. Marcin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Julia. Welcome, dear guests. As Julia mentioned, this is our second go at the Aviation Hub Pomerania Conference. And as much as I'm happy to welcome you all in the digital version of the conference, deep in my heart, I wish this is the last time we have to meet only online and that we will have a chance to meet face to face next time we're gathered by this great event. The Aviation Hub, well, it's hard for me to squeeze within the few minutes I have the sentiment I have for this gathering, because I remember the first time we were approached by our local partners and there was a physical request that we sit down and think how we could tell the world that although for many, many years, we were not associated with aviation. We were, and always will be probably associated with being the maritime window of opportunity, the port-centric gateway to Europe that we are. However, we are also the home for great, sophisticated, and a very modern aviation operations. Due to our business services cluster that we have in Tri-City, there is a part of it that is a small army of the highest skilled professionals that is able to, well, change the perception of Tri-City globally, because just to let you all in on a little secret, when we travel all around the world and tell our potential partners and investors who we are and introduce ourselves, one of the narratives that we tell them is whenever you're flying around Europe and beyond, even if you don't know where Pomerania is actually thinking about you and caring about you and making sure you're going to make it wherever you're going, that you're going to make it safely and well, hopefully comfortably. Well, the hub in its mission is to bring together the specialists to skill up, to exchange information, to introduce new solutions to challenges, to increase cooperation between our local community and other aviation specialists around Europe and around the world, sharing, connecting, well, and as I mentioned, promoting not only obviously the place where it's at, so Tri-City Pomerania, but also well, sharing the products, sharing the technologies, sharing the information all together, as this is a very I would say one of a kind industry, as much as it has in common with all the modern technologies that we might think about. This is still a very thematically grouped team. The role that we play in the hub's history and the hub's mission. Well, Invest in Pomerania was designed as an interface, very modern word, interface between the beautiful region of Pomerania and its potential and contemporary investors, the foreign direct investment, our local companies as well. However, I would always like to think about us as the glue, because the interface is more or less obviously sophisticated, but it works whenever you touch it, whenever you interact with it. The glue will be the glue no matter if we touch it or not. You know it's going to stick. This is how we act. This is how we think of ourselves. We will bring together different stakeholders within our region and beyond. We will think and go 2-3 steps forward to make things happen. And this is what happened with the Aviation Hub. We were touched and we were approached by our local aviation community. We became the platform, or a part of the platform, basically, to make today's event and the future events and actions happen. The role of one of the founding partners and the elements of our portfolio that we provide to propel, hopefully that's the right word, to propel the actions of the Aviation Hub in the future. Hopefully, we are going to stay within this mission because this is our great pleasure and our great honor. But as I said, we were approached by our local players. We have the honor of working with wonderful specialists, wonderful professionals from companies such as Boeing. Well, in Gdańsk, Boeing has a wonderful story to tell. It wouldn't last me for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I would talk about it for hours. So just briefly, one of our key technological employers in the region, the two main teams, navigation data and software tools. But for us, these are our buddies who take care of us whenever we start and land the plane, wherever we go. Same with Lufthansa Systems. Forever now, both of these companies have been the cornerstone of our technological world here in Tri-City, but also of our contributors to the skill of our staff, to the level that we help bring together with academia, with the staff that we have here locally in the region and that we bring in from other regions. Major roles, major companies with great scale as well. Thank you both for being the engines behind the Aviation Hub. Smart for Aviation proves that this is Tri-City is a place of opportunity. Thank you very much for being present and aware of the chances that might appear with the formation of the Aviation Hub. Thank you for being very, very active within its ranks. And obviously, our local partners, the International Airport in Gdańsk. Again, we could talk for hours, but hopefully, and I wish it warmly to you guys, that the record, almost 5.4 million passengers that you broke in 2019, you're going to break like a snap in the years to come, when the aviation world will start clicking all cylinders again. But thank you for your support. Thank you for being the great, I would say, magnet for the great infrastructure that we have here in Tri-City, for being such a thriving organism and body that you are. Thank you. And also all the best wishes. Last but not least, Cyclad, our investor that we helped bring in. Guys, this is a great adventure that we share. We are watching your every step, the steps that you shared with us before making the decision of coming into Tri-City and now thriving and growing within the ranks of Tri-City. Well, if I may say that, it's been a pleasure of helping you and facilitate for you until now. Hopefully, you will be growing, and together with the whole hub, you will keep fulfilling your company plans as well. Invest GDA, our brothers in arms, and our sister company, guys, we're one team, we're one organism, one body. And thank you for always being there for us and making sure that all of us deliver the mission of Invest in Pomerania, which is we care more. Without further ado, it is my privilege of sharing with you the final two remarks. Next on stage, Edyta Wielgosz, who will be telling us, well, all about the elements of new sustainable environment, 12 years of experience in aviation, production, and distribution with Boeing, distribution services, and leading the site in Poland, developing sales across Polish aviation companies. General Manager at Boeing Distribution Service, Edyta Wielgosz, next on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great, interesting, and inspiring conference. Thank you, and have a great, great time.
Thank you, Marcin, for the introduction. Let me put on my presentation. So just 1 second. Is the presentation okay? Can you, Marcin, confirm if the presentation...
Yes, the presentation is visible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and it's a great pleasure to speak to you today. So at the beginning, I will speak a few words about our organization. Then I will talk about post-COVID aviation market and Boeing forecasts until 2040. And finally, I will touch base our offer for the aviation market. So Boeing Distribution Services, it's a part of Boeing Global Services. Together with former Avial that changed name to Boeing, we formed this organization, and we are operating as the third business unit of Boeing. Boeing Global Services was formed in 2017 as a single customer-focused business comprising the service capabilities of Boeing, defense, space, and commercial sectors into a single business unit. Boeing Global Services provides agile and cost-competitive services to all customers, all fleets, all platforms worldwide, regardless of the original equipment manufacturer. It is well positioned to leverage rapidly emerging digitalization and data analytic trends, as well as Boeing investments in targeted capability areas to create new and innovative services. So the three organizations that form Boeing Global Services continue to operate as independent companies, but there is an ongoing integration process that aims into the strong integration of the three entities in the future. Let me now move to the commercial passenger demand and the forecasts that we have for the next 19 years. The aviation community emerges from the most challenging periods in more than a century of commercial flight. While current market conditions remain dynamic, the past year has proven that when there is confidence in health and safety, of air travel, and when conditions allow governments to reopen borders, demand is resilient. People around the globe look to air travel to help them connect with loved ones, conduct business face-to-face, and explore new places. Despite the uncertainty of the past 18 months, commercial air travel continues to play a fundamental role as the backbone of global transport. There are three factors that influence air travel performance. So the first factor is the economic activity. Here we mean GDP, GDP per capita, and international trade. The global economy in aggregate has recovered to previous levels of gross domestic product in Q2 2021. Consumers in large economies are ready to spend their savings that they accumulated during times in which many activities were off limits or closed. The governments continue to be supportive, both on the monetary and fiscal side.
Excuse me, Edita.
Yes?
Edita, could you try and go to the presenting mode, because we can see your presentation in PowerPoint.
Okay, let me just.
Or try just zoom
I was asking if everything is okay.
Just press F5.
Could you press F5?
Yes. Okay. Is it okay now?
We can still see your dashboard. So if you go down and try with the present mode. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Is it okay now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I will move to my next slide. Okay. So let me go back to the commercial passenger demand and the first factor, which is economic activity. So while there are some lasting impacts on the economy, and there will be some friction in allocating resources during the recovery, in some, they are not nearly as disruptive as what was observed after the global financial crisis. COVID-19 is an external shock that disrupts but does not break the main economic model that drove the pre-crisis expansion. Some adjustments during the pandemic, such as deep and rapid technology adoption across the economy, might even benefit the overall productivity. The second factor is the ease of travel. So here we mean the availability of direct and high-frequency routings, the price of travel, experiential attributes of the journey, including transport and security queues, quarantine and testing requirements. And as we note, it generally improves over time. Vaccines enable a careful lowering of barriers to economic activity, as well as domestic and international travel. Importantly, whenever or wherever restrictions are lifted, travel recovers quickly. This has been the case in places like China, Russia, the US, and Europe. The third factor are local market factors, so mainly bilateral air service agreements. So taking under consideration those three factors, Boeing foresees 4% of the average air traffic growth until 2040, so for the next 19 years. We see that the growth will be driven by, first of all, the new direct routings that will be created, then the lower fares via low-cost carriers. Travel within region will account for more than half of the industry total growth. Travel within China alone will be accounting for 17% of the new capacity. Asia will continue to rise by carriers of South Asia and Southeast Asia, including China Southeast. This will be supported by the development of short-haul traffic in the carriers' home regions. They will also gain more shares in the long-haul markets, historically supported by US, Europe, and Middle East. Boeing sees return to the long-term fundamentals similar to the current dynamics in some short-haul markets. And for long-haul travel, which suffered the most during the pandemic, this suffer will not last forever. Now let's move to the airline networks and business models. So historically, low-cost carriers had led air service recovery out of the market downturns, as their point-to-point structure allows quick market entry and low-cost service in appealing in the crisis time. We expect the recovery to follow the same path. Long-haul and premium traffic segments will recover a bit later. Pre-pandemic drivers and trends are expected to prevail in the long term. Low-cost carriers will continue to add and remove routes at a fast pace. Network carriers will resume and rebuild their networks as long-haul travel returns to pre-pandemic levels. Regardless of the airline network structure, airlines will shape their fleet strategies to build network flexibility, maximizing capability while minimizing risk and cost, and improving efficiency and sustainability. Cargo outlook is the next part of my presentation. So prior to pandemic, 50% of the worldwide cargo was transported via wide-body passenger low cargo holds. This capacity disappeared and now recovered to about half of the pre-pandemic levels. Early in the pandemic, air cargo served the urgent needs to transport medical supplies around the world. Counter-ship operators have experienced crew shortages due to COVID lockdowns. Shipping containers were in short supply due to heavily directional trade flow. Many containers were backed up in US West Coast as dock workers were on the pandemic and there was no capability to unload ships. This has boosted demand for air cargo. Also, the price of air cargo in comparison to maritime transport shrank to about 50% of typical multiplies. Air cargo became a more attractive transport option despite constrained capacity. Most recently, industrial production reductions have been reversed, and air cargo has been a key tool to address supply chain recoveries. E-commerce has been robust in the last years. This trend was already leading to the air cargo growth opportunities pre-pandemic. As we know, online shopping accelerated. Express carriers have benefited the most from it. Growth of existing and new entities in e-commerce transport segments and their strategies around air and shipping costs will be key drivers in the trajectory of air cargo demand. Air cargo is sensitive to global industrial production volumes and manufacturing supply chain around the world. At the moment, it is too early to determine the impact of specific changes in global supply chains, particularly that those changes take multiple years to implement into manufacturing. Freighter operators are operating at the moment above normal utilization levels, delaying plane requirements and bringing new and parked airlines into the fleet. Many airlines are using passenger wide-body fleets for cargo-only operations to generate cash flow and industry capacity. We also see it on the Polish market. Through June 2021, air cargo traffic has surpassed 2019 levels by 11% and 2020 levels by 24%. Still, the capacity is lower than in 2019 levels at minus 13%, as the increase in dedicated freighter capacity, increased utilization and load factors plus freighter operations have not overcome the loss of passenger wide-body lower hold capacity. As a result,
excuse me, Edita.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. Could you try pressing the next slide button? Because I think we have some difficulty seeing the next slide.
I'm still at the same slide of Cargo Outlook. So
okay, could you please try in the box that we can see and press next?
In the box.
In the presenters mode, yes.
Yes. So can you see the next one?
No, I think we have some technical difficulty here.
Because I see it on my computer.
Mhm.
What I'm, the one that I'm presenting, I see it. So maybe let me.
Okay, so please could you allow for remote access, because my colleague is asking for remote access from her laptop right now, so we can help you out.
Okay. So
yes, please give us 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, could you please stay where you are? And I think we'll need to go back to this mode, because only here we can see your slides. Perfect. All right, so please excuse us for this inconvenience, and let's get rolling. Thank you very much.
We didn't have a chance to actually practice it, right? So it's normal that some technical issues arise. Okay, so as we see for the cargo outlook, we see potential shifts in specific destinations, but not fundamental macro demand changes to the global air cargo demand. So again, Boeing forecast is quite optimistic, and we forecast 4% cargo growth using 2019 forecast as the baseline for the next 19 years. Okay. Now, let's speak about commercial fleet and deliveries forecasts. So in the immediate wake of the pandemic, airlines responded in grounding entire fleets. Less efficient fleet type will not return to the market anymore. 2021 fighter fleet forecast incorporates near-time cyclical disruptions and long-term structural impacts that we believe both will impact the cargo market. This assumes that current dynamics of constrained wide-body passenger belly capacity will dissipate into a long term, and air cargo will then reflect market dynamics closer to those seen in the years prior to COVID-19 pandemic. In the 10-year forecast, the impact of the pandemic is still apparent, with forecast deliveries down by 7% from the 2019. The decline is deeper for wide-body airplanes, down by almost 10%. In the 20-year forecast, the pandemic disruption to the single-aisle market is largely absorbed, and deliveries and fleet approach the long trend. The pandemic impact is still apparent in Boeing's 20-year forecast, with wide-body deliveries down by 8% from 2019. Single-aisle passenger airplanes command the largest share of new deliveries at 75%, with airlines needed more than 32,000 of the new airplanes over the next 20 years. Today, single-aisle airplanes comprise nearly 64% of the global passenger jet. In the next 10 years, this share will increase to over 68%. Let me now speak about our offer, our company to the market. So Boeing Distribution Services is the leading supplier of aerospace hardware, consumable, and chemicals. We have quite a long history. We were established actually 47 years ago as Aerospace Hardware, and some people still recall this name, some people that work in the aviation market for a long time. We have grown organically and through acquisitions that have strengthened our geographic footprint and increased our product and service offering. We were in collection of the niche players on the market, and every acquisition that we done was designed to enhance our portfolio of products and services, as well as the customer base. We changed the name, and at some time we were called BE Aerospace and then KLX, so those names are also well known on the market. And we continued to make acquisitions to the market. So for example, we acquired Interturbine, big chemical distributor based in Germany, AAA from the US, Hassel, etc. In 2018, we were acquired by Boeing and placed under Boeing Global, as I discussed in the beginning of my presentation. We have taken the best each company had to offer to build a culture of entrepreneurial spirit, best practices, and industry expertise. And we have the broadest inventory and service offerings available globally. Boeing Distribution Services serves all. This chart shows the diversity of our revenue and markets served, as well as our investment in all platforms. We are diversified and therefore balanced when market conditions fluctuate. This was seen last year during the pandemic period. We serve over 6,000 customers. Every major airline in the world is our customer. We have OEMs like Airbus, Embraer, of course Boeing, Pratt & Whitney, Bombardier, Hamilton Safran, Rolls-Royce, and the list is much longer. We serve military market, so Bell Helicopter, Sikorsky, Raytheon, Saab, Lockheed Martin are our customers. Business jet customer, for example, Hawker, Learjet, Cessna, Dassault Falcon, Piper, Cirrus, etc. And finally, MROs, so Goodrich, Lufthansa Technik, SR Technics, Honeywell, Nordam, Timco. The list is much longer. We are diversified, but we are specialists in each segment. There are common elements across segments, but we look at each segment independently. When we are working on our planning, on our procurement, on service design and implementation, and technical support. Boeing Distribution Services continues uninterrupted support of its customers with industry-leading services and solutions. We have over 1 million part numbers in stock and inventory worth over $1 billion. This inventory comes from over 3,000 manufacturers. The numbers speak for themselves. Every day, we process 20,000 orders and we ship it to 3,100 locations globally in 150 countries. 60% of our orders are shipped within 24 hours, and this includes AOG service, so for aircraft on the ground. Our key KPI is on-time delivery to our customers. This indicator is at 95%. We also offer engineering services and technical support, as well as design assistance to our customers. All the above is hard work of our team of professionals. Over 2,300 of our employees come to work every day to bring our customers the best service and satisfaction. Our headquarters is in Miami, and we have 47 facilities all over the world. Miami is our main distribution hub, fully automated logistics center that serves all other warehouses. In Europe, we have a large hub in Hamburg that includes 2 facilities, chemicals and metal parts. As you can see on the map, our stock is located close to our customers. Boeing Distribution Services is also present and well known in Poland. We have started our business in Poland 16 years ago, so quite a long history. We are located in Rzeszów, and we are also present at Mielec, Świdnik, and Kalisz, close to our customers. We have our sales, quality, and operation teams here. There are over 24,000 of part numbers that we stock in Poland, and we deliver around 10 to 12,000 of order lines per month to over 200 Polish customers. We are AS 9100 approved, and we also hold Polish military concession, as well as WSK system, which enable us to deliver military parts to our customers. As the Polish market is growing, we have plans to develop our business and move into a larger facility in Q3 2022. In the new warehouse, our space will be doubled. This will be a modern hub that will allow us to bring more parts to Poland and serve better our customers and have the stock closer to their locations. The scope of our services is wide and includes all the inventory management services. Our e-commerce platform enables 24 hours access to our inventory for all our customers. They can search, quote, and order and track parts on the platform. Quality and technical service was already mentioned. Our product line families are small hardware and fasteners, bearings, engineered products, Honeywell proprietary parts, tooling, chemical and specialty materials, electrical products, seals, and lighting. As you have seen on the map, our inventory is strategically located all over the globe. We also offer logistics solutions, including demand planning and min-max replenishment. We offer distribution hub support, no additional headcount for our customers. All support and order filling is done from Boeing distribution warehouses. Regional FSL support is close to the customer, and on-site support at some of our customers' premises. Let's now move to our main value-added services. So first of all, we offer kitting. Kit is a consolidation of parts and sometimes also tools under one part number. So it can be formed from a few pieces to thousands. The benefit for our customer of having kits is productivity. One part number that's fully customized. Kit solutions are specific to your needs. Then we have full service bin management. Bins are racks with our parts that are located directly at customer production or assembly line. For large OEMs and MROs, we have dedicated on-site employees, and the service also includes stockroom management. It is a lower cost of ownership for our customers, lower risk, and parts are delivered directly to the point of use. For smaller customers, we have self-service bin management, so it's actually managed by the customer, and the benefits are the same: lower cost, lower risk, and parts delivered to the point of use. For our steady customers, we offer pricing agreements. It's a long fixed pricing based on the special list of parts that we agree with the customer. So the benefit for the customer is the steady price for a long period of time. And of course, our AOG support, which is a 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, delivery within 24 hours. And of course, our contract customers receive contract prices for this special service. Our programs improve transactional speed and accuracy, enable more accurate forecasts, reduce inventory levels at our customers, minimize scrap rates and waste, and improve regulatory compliance reporting. Basically, we simplify supply chain for our customers. Boeing Distribution Services plays an important role on the service market. So now let me speak a few words about the future of the service market. After the years of growth and profitability, the aviation industry kicked off a new decade of pandemic that resulted in the worst shocks our industry has ever faced. In 2021, the commercial aftermarket is making progress and underlying long-form fundamentals for growth remaining strong. Commercial aviation services market segments in the forecast are grouped by functions. So we have corporate overhead, we have marketing and planning, we have flight operations, maintenance and engineering, and ground station and cargo operations. While these segments are diverse in terms of sales, activity scope, capital intensity, and competitive environment, we expect growth to generally track fleet growth rates. Our 2021 20-year global forecast for commercial aviation services is $9.5 trillion. The aviation industry has proven resilient time and again, it has withstood major external and microeconomic shocks. This is driven by global commerce, people's desire to travel, visit families and friends, explore the world, and build relationships. While difficult in the near term, operators who emerge from market downturns have historically resumed their growth trajectory through collaboration, adaptation, and innovation. As with previous downturns, operators are expected to emerge from the pandemic with updated business models that enable more sustainable and profitable growth. While COVID-19 brought disruption of business practices and shifted demand, it's important to remember the resiliency of this market and the significance of servicing the industry. The global fleet has seen continual renewal over many decades. Today, operators are actively flying their most efficient and right-sized aircraft to fit adjustments made to their schedules and routes. Managing customer needs coming through the pandemic, service providers are investing in training, digital capabilities, and infrastructure upgrades to support the changes brought about from the pandemic. Boeing Distribution Services has 3,000 manufacturers in its portfolio. So now a few words about COVID-19 impact on the distribution market. So we see the capacity constraints. As the industry becomes busier, suppliers are increasing their lead times because of too much demand in the short term, which is beyond their machine capacity. We also see the raw material shortages. This is mainly stainless steel, nickel, and cobalt materials. The lead times are longer even in European Union sources. And usually on this market, the lead times were shorter comparing to Asia or US. We also see the labor shortages. So many suppliers are short-staffed to handle the increased demand. They are adding labor, especially on second and third shift, to increase the capacity. This situation is leading to the increased lead times and increased cost of goods, as well as parts shortages on the market. We also see the increased shipping costs. So suppliers are also experiencing extended delays in deliveries. There is a shortage of drivers. There is a shortage of shipping containers. These are the trends that we will have to face in the near future, most likely until the end of 2022. To summarize, the market outlook Boeing sees is very positive. We see the 4% traffic growth during the next over 19 years. we see the 3.1% of the fleet growth and 2.1 million of new personnel added to the aviation. China and Asia Pacific will be the most growing markets. We foresee 32,600 single-aisle planes delivered during this time and 7,600 wide-body planes. We forecast service market to reach the volume of $9.5 trillion. Boeing Distribution Services is a strategic partner that can help you to integrate your supply chain and improve the operation of your production or our aftermarket arena. We provide a combination of the services for your organization to support operational needs. We are the key supplier for your parts, chemical, and supply chain services. That leverages your supply base. Our e-commerce platform allows to greater flexibility and easy access to our portfolio. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Edyta. That was really interesting, despite all the technical issues. So we're really sorry about that, but it's our first speech and it happens. So, well, thank you for going on and giving this inspiring talk. So right now, this is your moment to ask questions on our live chat on YouTube. I can already see one question, so Edyta, I can read it out to you if you'd like to answer. So in such challenging times, what are the practices to ensure customers have everything what is needed to assemble a plane?
In fact, this is the challenging time, and believe me, we are facing a lot of shortages at the moment due to what I discussed, right? So we have the increased lead times, we have the material shortages, but we are working hard, especially our procurement and expedite team, to make sure that the customers get the parts on time. So first of all, we are increasing our lead times for the system to allow the sooner buy signals. And we are establishing more and more long-term agreements with our suppliers to lock the pricing and lock the lead times. We are adding new sources to let's say, diversify the risk of the shortage. And we have also added a lot of employees in our expediter and procurement teams to support. So in general, there are a lot of actions that we undertake to make sure that the customers get the parts on time. Thank you. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much. Last 2 minutes to ask questions. Please don't be shy. We have our expert here online, so please take this opportunity and ask questions. Just to answer your queries, the presentations will be shared with the participants after the conference. So whatever is missing from day 1 or day 2, if you haven't had a chance to listen to the presentations, you can read it later on or replay it. Because these talks will be available online on our YouTube channel. Last 10 seconds to ask questions. I don't see any more questions. So thank you, Edyta, very much. That was a very interesting presentation. It's good to have the insider's view on such things. So right now, last 10 seconds. All right. Thank you very much again. We need to change our schedule a little bit due to some unexpected changes in one of our speakers' agenda. He's a captain, by the way, so I think you may know what that means. Right now we have 15 minutes for a coffee break, 20 minutes for a coffee break. Please bear with us and be here with us at 10:15. See you soon.
We are the biggest metropolis. We are the biggest metropolis in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropolis in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli
We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us during the break. I hope you've enjoyed the videos telling you more about what our partners do. And if you want to become our partner or ambassador, feel free to contact us during the conference, after the conference, whenever you want. So during this break, we've received an update on our speakers and our agenda. Unfortunately, we need to extend the break for another 10 minutes. So please bear with us. Unfortunately, one of our speakers who is a captain had a work emergency. So this is why we need to move another speech to this time. So please stay with us. 9 more minutes. So I hope this is still possible for you. Please stay with us.
We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
So welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. So our next speaker is Dirk-Jan Baas from Smart for Aviation. He's an aviation veteran, aviation specialist. So for those of you who haven't heard about this company, their solutions, this is the perfect opportunity to learn more about their pioneering and innovative at the same time as products and services. Dirk, the floor is yours. If you're ready, whenever you're ready. Dirk, could you please confirm that you can hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello, welcome. We can hear you now. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us. The
Well,
floor and the screen are yours.
I'm happy. I'm here. My plane just landed. So, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, this is welcome to the world of aviation. So I'm happy to be able to accommodate and take your agenda further. It's also the world I came from. So you say aviation veteran. So I was working 25 years in Martinair, KLM, and started my IT company at the end of the 90s. So yeah, a bit of aviation is in there, and yeah, delays and crews that show up and don't show up and so on. It's was part of my world, and I think also my presentation at least will give some directions and hints on how to continue in aviation now and in future, so to be able to solve and be maybe more efficient, not downplaying anything on the other colleague on the other side, but no, it's just it's our world inefficiencies, etc. So yeah, first of all, this conference is about sustainability and innovation. So sustainability is the sustainability is the buzzword in aviation, and I think because of our climate and our way forward with that, there are huge discussions and huge plans by all kind of industries to take this forward. This is how we started years ago. So communication and building planes. We have a roadmap towards the year what they call 2050, and I don't know why they took this number. I will, during my presentation, also indicate that innovation in aviation is slow, and this whole idea of getting sustainable is going to put a lot of strain and would require a lot of effort of the aviation world. Because in general, I will also indicate that innovation in aviation is slow, or let's say extremely slow. And I'm really looking forward to one of the presentations this afternoon, which says, how to innovate in aviation in a fast way. Because what I've seen is that the innovation in aviation is very slow. So from now on till 2050, a lot of things have to happen in the aviation world. For example, in Europe, Eurocontrol under the CSAR and CSAR projects are laying down all kind of new initiatives. A lot of work has been done already and will be done in the coming years. So we hope to be part of it. We as a company, you already mentioned it, we like to innovate. The initiatives that are on the table at the moment are initiatives, especially in Holland, looking at building new aircraft or supporting to build new aircraft. Holland is a country where I'm living at the moment, in Amsterdam. We see initiatives of companies that are part of the Fokker legacy, and that put a lot of effort on how the future will look like. But like I mentioned in this slide, we really would need a revolution, to my opinion, to make this 2050, because 10, 20, 25 years, it goes really, really fast. Yeah. Our friends of here in the university here in Delft in the Netherlands, in cooperation with the airline. This blue one is obviously this Royal Airline here in Holland, and they are the airline that invented flying, sort of. They have the development presented of that we will be flying in a wing. And it's quite innovative, because looking at the development of current aircraft, the shape has been almost the same for years, right? Boeing 707 and all kinds of aircraft that were following after this were the same shape. So this is some nice shape. It's called V-plane. It's being presented by, like I said, this Royal Airline from the Netherlands and the Technical University in Delft. And they are together with a lot of Dutch companies trying to present this as the plane for the future. This is the idea is to build some long haul plane. long haul plane, I think the shape and the size of this aircraft should be let's say like 350 Airbus 350 type of aircraft. At least this was used for the design. The aircraft will also we will be seating in a V-plane format, right? So is it the future? Who knows? Yeah, it's for me, it's really looks like some utopia, but no. I would also change this seats in front, right? There will be no pilots, but there would be a coffee machine maybe in front of the aircraft where you can get your coffee. And anyway, so this is how we look at sustainability. Sustainable aviation, it will bring a lot of developments on a new aircraft. We have obviously looking at electric aircraft. We are looking at hydrogen aircraft. Yeah, obviously this will take a lot of effort from different industries also, because yeah, how to handle an aircraft, electrical aircraft on your airport, or how to handle an aircraft fueled with hydrogen, right? So it's we also see that there's a lot of that these initiatives are there, but I think it's also a way of checking how sustainable are these initiatives. Yeah, because we have got at the moment really sustainable cars driving around that after all are not this sustainable as we think they are. Or take the example of bio electricity power plants. Yeah, they have been yeah, not as environmental friendly as we thought, and under the pressure of doing better and giving in future generations a better life, we are very eager to take sustainability forward. So yeah, then I'm talking about this innovation in aviation. So yeah, like I said, we'll have a presentation later. One of the colleagues, a different company, will present how to implement innovation in the aviation industry. I have some examples that I came across myself that I was wondering why they haven't changed. And a very simple thing is that for every flight, a cabin attendant is walking through the aisle to check if we have our seatbelt fastened. Yeah. So some visit to Disneyland learned me that when taking one of the adventures there, which was a rocket to Mars, the person handling this flight to Mars in front of the rocket had some small panels saying, the person at seat number 9, you haven't fastened your seatbelt, or even simpler, in your car, if you haven't fastened your seatbelt, it gives a sound. So, and there's other cases like one thing I personally don't like is those luggage bins in aircraft. Yeah, they are really, to my opinion, dangerous. Where they have these suitcases that are overloaded. Some airlines take it that you can make it as heavy as you can just lift it yourself in the bin, and these have shown to be really dangerous projectiles when there is some incident and people had a lot of injuries because of that. And why not just close those boxes in an automatic way when an aircraft is landing, so nobody can open them, and also nobody they will not open after some heavy touchdown or no. So remember the incident of an airline where people had to evacuate the aircraft, and they were just taking their luggage out of the bins to carry them on the slide. So innovation, yeah, it it is I don't know, matter of priority, but no, these things have not been prioritized. So this image is I'm showing you is about innovation in communication, and it's my belief that when airlines are looking at new planes and more efficient planes, and fuels, of which I forgot to mention that there's great initiatives at the moment with biofuels and synthetic fuels, etc. on this sustainability side. But the satellite, let's say the communication with the aircraft is still from now. So this example is ACARS, yeah, the aircraft communications addressing a reporting system. I really dislike abbreviations in aviation. At some point, you don't know. Everybody knows what it does and how it works, but the abbreviations are really hard to remember. But this this communication with the aircraft is either through voice or through these means like HF radio. I don't know. I was trying to find some sound of a HF radio. It's really fun to find one on the internet, but so HF radio is like when you're talking with a bucket on your head and a lot of noise around you. So it's really hard. And let's say you're flying over a territory like in India or others. It's really, I did some training flights there when I was in Martinique. It's really hard to understand, and I really admired, had a lot of respect for the pilots. Maybe they were flying there more, that they could just understand what was said there. And also in this image, there's a VDL2. So this is the way to send some data, but these frequencies, as far as I've understood, are full, and the future is no. So the future is IP. So let's say internet in the cockpit, yeah, data communication, have a aircraft linked and just be part of the node of the airline. Yeah, this is the future. I think the adding communication to the cockpit will be the best idea in aviation since the last I don't know, decade. Yeah, because we have had numerous cases on introductions, let's say, of what they called the electronic flight bag, where in the cockpit nowadays is a device, EFB. We used to call it EFA, but anyway, EFB is a device that currently has some applications on them. But I think bringing the communication component to such a device will be bringing a lot of savings, a lot of efficiency. This connected aircraft, this IP connected aircraft, the development of innovation in in aviation is going slow, like I said, and also bringing this kind of device in the cockpit was really difficult. So this electronic flight bag took years before it was done. A lot of talking, 15-20 years. I don't know how long it was, but it was just huge amount of time. And now we have this in the cockpit. We use it for some performance tasks, some briefing tasks, and also doing some small administrative work. But the real thing will be communication through this device, and most probably also through some other device on the aircraft. And the key in aviation is sharing data between all stakeholders. So aviation is really siloed. We've got the OEMs, the aircraft manufacturers, we've got airports, there's handling agents, there's the fuelings, there's and every industry is sort of working on itself. There's obviously progress in that, but I think the progress has not been enough, and there's a lot of inefficiency in aviation. Yeah, and connected operations, connected aircraft, or as I've called it for this presentation, the e-connected flight office is the way forward. Unfortunately, when you look at the development, let's say bringing data in the aircraft was takes a lot of steps and a lot of time, and obviously also a lot of hardship, and because of rules and regulations, it took a long time to get, for example, internet in the cockpit. But I believe that that this has started running now, so the way forward is done. This is some example of how, and I guess everybody that has flown has seen this. Quite often flights are delayed. Quite often the information is not there. We recently departed out of a Crete airport. The aircraft came in half an hour late. We would expect it to leave half an hour. We would arrive half an hour late in Amsterdam. And during flying, we were catching up time because of the actual flying time. We were on the platform in Amsterdam waiting, burning a lot of fuel because we were not late. Because of the flying time, actual flying time, we were early. So there's a lot of information to be shared, and it would prevent a lot of problems when you arrive on an airport. So the aviation industry has to start sharing information in a better way, and all partners, all stakeholders should work better in a way to be sustainable. And this is let's say also in this forum, what you see here, it will show the initiatives that aviation can pick up on the operational side and do better. Coffee always helps in the morning. So looking at sustainability in aviation, like I said before, under the CSAR project, the aviation, the world, in working groups are looking to improve, and there's a lot of initiatives there, and it will have it has a high impact on aviation. Like, let's say, airspace inefficiency. It says efficiency. We have to go to efficiency, and the current inefficient airspaces are caused by the example that I gave. So the different ANSPs, the navigational centers, are not aware of what time an aircraft will arrive. So let's say an aircraft departs in Miami, in Florida. There's a flight plan, there's a departure time, and from that till let's say 1 hour before arrival in Amsterdam, they haven't got a lot of more information. So inefficiency in airspace, also in Europe, there's a lot of inefficiency because of military zones. There's a lot of inefficiency because of cost for overflying. So you can imagine that, let's say, if a country charges more to overfly its territory, airlines are going to fly around it, yeah, and look at the cost. So there's a lot of things to be done. Also on the flight planning side. So flight planning should be looking at this least energy. So looking at the fuel consumption. Also flight planning around areas where there can be contrails that will heat up the Earth. And there will also be inefficiencies on the North Atlantic tracks. So important is to improve the way we fly over the ocean. And then down there's some other initiatives like how to taxi to the runway, or how to not use the APU, the power unit. So there's several initiatives that we can take. And these initiatives are not dependent on building a new plane or the whole infrastructure on airports. So these initiatives can be taken care of in the coming years. I was stating my presentation was called the E-Connected Flight Office, and the way we are communicating, I've showed it, this ACARS communication, the communication on telexes that we still do, the AFTN telex, which is there from the 70s. We can improve by having this communication and alerting, for example, that Smart for Aviation is delivering. So we deliver a system that can be used by airport, that can be used by handling, that can be used by the airline, and that can be used to share all information. And when there is this IP, this connected aircraft, through whatever means, through 5G or through SATCOM, it will bring the pilots that are now sitting in some, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but in sort of isolation. Yeah, so decision making when you're flying over some more remote places, like in flying over some in the Far East, whatever, and some decisions have to be taken. The operations center here in Europe, quite often initiatives are taken by crews themselves, yeah, or in concert with air traffic control. And this connected flight office, the idea is to bring the pilots into our offices. So they are now from this representation on the right. I've drawn this aircraft inside our office. So they are the guys that are sitting next door, and not the guys that are somewhere remote. And the system will bring them the information that they need for decision making. They will be able to share the data with their operational office. They will be able to share data with all kind of other departments, airports, etc. So a full sharing of information. And this is some representation of how it could work. So we've got EFB connected with an AID. So I said I didn't like abbreviations. So EFB is an electronic flight bag, and AID is an aircraft interface device. So it's a box that connects with the data buses of the aircraft, and it will provide us the data that we can use to distribute to handling agents, to ground staff, ATM if they want, but maybe they will use some different way of distribution information. And also we could recalculate flight plans and inform the pilots that there is maybe some more efficient route. So and inform air traffic management that there is some more efficient routes. And this I will discuss in a later moment. We would call TBO, trajectory-based operations. So sharing information about the flight and how flights can be more efficient, for example. Yeah, like I said, high-speed internet. Well, I don't know what is high speed nowadays, but I know that the experience for passengers are now somehow the request of give the passengers the data that they have on the ground, but no. So the speed, I haven't tried it myself recently, but no, in the past it was quite slow. I understand that there's been huge amount of improvements. But yeah, giving good communication means and sending the information to the cockpit that they need, improve the routes by sending sharing data with the crews to optimize, etc., will contribute to sustainability. And this information will also improve safety. Yeah, I think safety is well, always first in aviation. I always mention to the cabin attendants when they enter the aircraft, or sometimes I ask them if there's coffee, and I always get the answer that we're not here for your coffee, but for your safety. So another missed chance for a nice drink there. Yeah. So I will mention during the second part of this presentation something about where this connected aircraft can do savings. This information is based on a report by the London School of Economics. So the calculations, etc., is not done by myself, but it's in a report, and this report is available on the internet. I can also provide it if somebody is interested in it. But it will show that putting the EFB on the flight deck, where the business case was a bag of paper, will save us so many kilos times the transport cost and the fuel. And this is the business case for putting an EFB on the flight deck. The business case to put a system on the flight deck, looking at efficiency, is huge. And now in this slide, it's about air traffic control service. So yeah, it is a catalyst in implementing projects. For example, in CSAR, it's a catalyst in implementing also projects worldwide. So in FAA, for example, a lot of initiatives are done, and I think the way forward, this connectivity will, like you say, in here it says that IP-based flight deck communications could bring 1 to 2% reduction in global fuel consumption. So can you imagine how much it is? It's really, really huge. Yeah. So I think it will be a no-brainer for airlines to implement this kind of communication. So the way forward in aviation is what they call trajectory. It's really hard to pronounce. Trajectory-based operations, and this is the idea of replacing the current system of air traffic management and the way flights are controlled, the way airspaces are filled. This is a, let's say, total new way of sharing of information, and I think sharing. I think important to say is that it is about sharing more rich information. Yeah, I will show you in a later slide. But currently, the information that is shared is a flight plan, and I haven't seen it, but in the previous meeting there was some presentation about dispatch and about flight planning. So a flight plan, I will show it later, the current flight plan, and how the new information and what kind of information will be provided to all stakeholders in the aviation industry. So the idea is to share information, rich information, but do it from gate to gate, and do it for all stakeholders, and also update this information continuously. So to prevent that, for example, you end up in an airport where some of the stakeholders still think that the aircraft is on its way, and the people are already waiting in the gate to get into the airport. So this is the plan, the way forward, sharing information between the stakeholders in an early time, but also to negotiate about these trajectories, and also being able to update these trajectories in flight, to communicate between air traffic management with the flight, and to communicate with the airline operator. So there's some decision-making tree, and for example, not do things in isolation, like when a flight has to divert or has to hold because of some incident in the destination. Nowadays, quite often there's some discussions between crew and the ATM, and they take a decision to what to do and what options are there, and this can be improved. And also, if a decision is taken, it will be more a decision that is shared with the airline operations center. So all parties can be a part of this decision making plan. And yeah, it all shows as some utopia. I think a lot of energy has to be put in this, but it will be really worthwhile. For supporting this trajectory-based operations. Sorry, I forgot. This is the slide where they eventually want to end up with. This is the transformation to what it should be in the future, where a lot of things are automated and shared. So yeah. Also, this is some slide about how to share the data, and how all participants will be involved in this whole departure and arrival segments, for example, and also this in-flight segments. So where the inconsistency is at the moment is in those three sectors. That can be concentrated on arrival management, and there can be some in-flight optimization. And what I see is that that flight planning and the dispatch will move to in-flight assistance. So from the previous presentation of preparing a flight plan and doing things in advance, flight planning will be non-existent, or sort of. It will be automated systems that will prepare the flight plan, and what the dispatcher and people in airline operations will do is try to find the inefficiency in the en route sectors, because there is still a lot to be gained. I've seen also that airlines can save 1 to 2% in the in this kind of sector. So the in-flight sector is really interesting, and also this arrival and departure sectors can be optimized. There's initiatives in predicting the estimated arrival time over where the aircraft will estimated to be entered the arrival sector, so to sequence aircraft and be more efficient in capacity. This TBO will be the catalyst to this kind of initiatives. Then we have a new abbreviation. This is about the let's say the initiative that was taken in 1997. Eurocontrol was proud to invent the SWIM, which is an abbreviation for System-Wide Information Management. So it's not this support that I had in Crete during my destination, but SWIM stands for System-Wide Information Management. And what is it doing? So System-Wide Information Management is information that is used by the aviation industry, but also delivered in XML and shared with all these stakeholders. And there's three initiatives. One is AIXM to share aeronautical data, and when there's some temporary change to aeronautical data, we call it NOTAMs, notices to airmen, also something from the 60s, from this teletype machines. We will sharing this weather data, and also we will sharing the flight data, flight information domain, and again another abbreviation, FFIs. FFIs. So we'll talk about that later. So this is the e-connected swim domain. You can see here the structure of the domain. It will be able to all these initiatives on AIXM and FIXM and IWIXM, as they call them, are there to exchange data between all stakeholders in the industry. So share this aeronautical data, maybe have some digital NOTAMs or some fully digital AIPs, flight information on maps, and so forth. And also this weather data will be changed and updated to IWIXM. So last year I was, 1.5 years ago, I was on an event where there were about 200 people working in the aviation industry, and the director of Eurocontrol that is taking care of this kind of initiatives was asking the amount of, let's say, the crowd there, who was aware of SWIM and who was aware of TBO. And unfortunately, only some 10% of the people were aware of these things and initiatives. So it means that aviation, like part of this revolution, has to be this, would say this initiatives to inform the industry what and where they are going. And I think the tasks there are under the ICAO and for the airlines under IATA to really make it clear where we are going together. And I think it's really important to make people aware. And I hope that after this meeting, some awareness is there about these initiatives. So FFIs. I thought it was the Frankfurt train departing from Amsterdam on a regular basis, but it was not. So I found out that it stands for the Flight and Flow Information for a Collaborative Environment. I don't know who invented this, but it's not. So I think it will be one of the abbreviations, like I mentioned for you. You know what it stands for. No idea what the abbreviation itself means. I can only think of this train later on. So actually, this difficult abbreviation stands for what we call nowadays the ATC flight plan. So the ATC flight plan is on the left. It is a paper in the past, or I don't know, maybe digital nowadays, that was sent over the AFTN network, a telex network where all the countries were connected, and the sectors there that a particular flight was flying into would be informed about the departure time, the route, and some estimated time en route for a particular flight. On the right, there's some excerpt of the initiative of this FFIs. So there will be a lot of details, a lot of components in this, and also it will be the example is eminent that on the left hand side you only put in some route and some airways and maybe some climb initiatives, but this FFIs will be very detailed. And currently, looking at TBO and this initiative that started in 1997 and was taken over by FAA in 2005, now in 2020 is in some test phase. So I think it took around 20 years to do this initiative, and it will take another, I would say, 3 years to 5 years to have it implemented in the aviation industry. So it's really, really slow. I have some small movie from FAA that can tell it much better than what I did. So I'm going to share it with you guys. Coffee break.
When two people reach an understanding, you often hear the expression, "Now you're talking my language." And it's true, a common language fosters teamwork and success. The FAA recognizes the power of shared language, and in collaboration with the international community, we're revolutionizing aviation data exchange and standardization. That's the core concept of FIXM, the Flight Information Exchange Model. FIXM is one of 3 global exchange models, along with AXIM for aeronautical and IWIXM for weather, that are designed to cover the information needs of air traffic management. See how FIXM is taking flight and elevating data exchange to a whole new level. Imagine a group of people in a room speaking different languages and trying to communicate. That's essentially the challenge facing flight data systems. Many systems produce data in custom formats tailored to system-specific needs. So although they're talking about the same flight data, they cannot easily exchange that information with different systems. This language barrier impedes data exchange, efficiency, and innovation. Now imagine an interpreter who can translate these languages and facilitate conversations. That's the essence of FIXM. It provides a common flight language across the global aerospace community. And by utilizing a standardized format for data exchange, we can reap many benefits. The concept of flight and flow, information for a collaborative environment, was developed to address the limitations of the current flight planning mechanism and enable the transition to a fully collaborative environment. One where a flight trajectory is shared and optimized during all phases of a flight. It focuses on exchanges between stakeholders using the FIXM Global Exchange Standard. FIXM enables FFICE to realize the data exchange requirements associated with its concept. The Flight Information Exchange Model provides a common vocabulary and structure for flight data that is used internationally. FIXM is implemented in UML and XML and fully supports emerging ICAO flight planning data exchange requirements. FIXM consists of 3 main components: core, applications, and extensions. Core provides globally harmonized flight data structures within a hierarchical structure for organizing the flight information. It is broken down into 2 sub-packages. The first is base, which contains the underlying building blocks used by the rest of FIXM, including aeronautical references, measures, and so forth. The second is flight, containing flight domain information organized into logical blocks. FIXM is intended to support any and all exchanges of flight information, not just a specific set of predefined messages. For well-defined message exchanges, applications helps to fill the gap. Applications provide exchange-specific message data structures, such as recipient lists, exchange-specific statuses, and message type identifiers, as well as message templates. It sits at a layer above core. Extensions serve as a supplement to flight, base, and application. Developed independently by a particular community of interest, it can support unique regional requirements. These 3 components are the basis of the FIXM standard, which serve to promote interoperability. And embracing FIXM as a common flight language comes with many benefits. Improving access to data, reducing data redundancy, reducing risk, reducing costs, And with more time to work with data instead of translating it, FIXM provides more opportunity for innovation and enhancements. The development of the FIXM model and standard is co-led by the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and Eurocontrol, the European Organization for the Safety of Air Navigation, with the support of the Change Control Board. The CCB, with international participation, has the overall responsibility for the evolution of FIXM to ensure core provisions from ICAO are met, maintain its components, and ensure consistency with the FIXM strategy. FIXM has already been released to the public, and due to its positive results, we are committed to promoting it as the global flight standard of the future. Join us and experience the power of shared language, a power that's improving flight data exchange for the better. FIXM, the flight language of the future.
So I would say thank you, FAA, for this movie. I couldn't have said it better. It's also quite interesting to see that where these initiatives were invented in Europe, FAA is really taking it forward very fast. Yeah, there's hope. Let's say that initiatives will grow up, and this is almost the end of my presentation. I will get back to something that initiatives that are still part of this e-connected aircraft. So operations control services. I think that the most important thing is the last line here in this presentation, where I see that modern flight planning systems support this initiative. So, and I wouldn't call it flight planning systems, but flight management systems. So the next generation, and one of these initiatives is an initiative that was taken by Qantas, and is some past few years, Smart for Aviation is cooperating with them. Is let's say a modern flight management system, and this would support this in-flight optimization, and this, for example, dynamic cost indexing, and flying be on time with a flight. So this is one of the initiatives. The other initiative, which is quite interesting, is using big data in aviation. Nowadays, a lot of data come from aircraft, and in general, airlines haven't done a lot with the data in the past, or not enough. In the past years, we've seen initiatives to improve efficiency on the fuel management side. So companies developed fuel management programs, but yeah, also the past years, these initiatives have also been, let's say, supported by this maintenance control services. So to get data from the aircraft, in this slide it says 500 gigabyte, maybe it's even more. There's a huge amount of data. Data mining is way forward, using AI, artificial intelligence to find efficiencies in the maintenance side. So it's maintenance is not the world where I came from. So I came from airline operations, but I see a lot of developments on the maintenance control side. The idea is to just be predictive. Predictive maintenance is some huge thing at the moment. Airlines can see where problems might occur. They can plan for a certain capacity to do some repairs. They can buy the spares that they need, and not the huge inventory of spares, but really concentrate on where they see that they can be useful. And obviously, the best would be to have this golden spare part, the spare part that costs $5 and would save a ton. Just by having such a program in place. And currently there are obviously initiatives by Boeing and Airbus and other aircraft manufacturers to support these kind of things. This is to sum up all the initiatives that can be there. This is connected operation services, maintenance, airline and air traffic control services. And this report that was written by the London School of Economics has put the benefits to such program, and the benefits are in dollars. So, but I was a bit disappointed that the benefits are not there quantified in the fuel. Yeah, I imagine that huge amount of fuel and huge contribution will be to sustainability by this connected aircraft. I would say the future is now. Let's make us ready for a revolution. All participants, and I think I would also expect from what I call the establishment, the aircraft manufacturers, the companies that are driving communication, the airports, the handling agents, that together we can make what they say in Kenya, move a lot of elephants. So we can do a lot of stuff together and make aviation sustainable by implementing the initiatives that I mentioned before. I would just like to thank the Aviation Hub and the Gdansk support. Recently, I was on the wharf, the ship wharf in Gdansk, on what they call the layup gallery, to see some of the street art there, and I found this image which is showing the vibe of Gdansk, and I was very happy to go there. There's a lot of new developments. I'm really surprised because of COVID. I wasn't there for a few months. I was hiding in my house, this office where I'm sitting now. But yeah, a lot of nice things are happening. It's a very exciting world there at the moment. More cranes than you can count for, and a lot of new places to explore. So thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, I'm looking for some of your questions.
Thank you, Dirk, so much for this complex presentation and the nice reference at the very end. We really appreciate it. So we do have questions. I can ask one or two of them since we're running out of time. So question number one. How do airlines calculate the total cost of communication, including the overhead, during irregular operations?
So you can say again, how to?
How do airlines calculate the total cost of communication, including the overhead, during irregular operations?
Okay. I don't know if they can calculate it themselves. So it's a quite interesting question. How they calculate the cost of operations during irregular operations. Well, the only thing I can say about cost in the only thing that I can say about the cost of communication is that cost of communication currently is driven by let's say the current stakeholders in aviation. If you look at the initiatives, and I've showed it before, this is ACARS, telex communication. So the cost for such a communication as a whole is for majority of airlines very high. So if it is about what is the cost of this in general, and in particular when it comes to this irregular operations, during these irregular operations, obviously the cost will increase. And I can mention that current cost of providers exceed. I recently spoke to an airline in Iceland, and they told me that their cost for using the existing communication tools was more than the cost for their flight planning system. So communication costs are very high for airlines, and it would justify implementing new initiatives like this connected aircraft and sharing the data over the web. So the initiatives, let's say, for example, communication around irregular ops, all the telex work, and even this is some old system, the communication costs are huge. Obviously, Smart for Aviation is not an airline, and the costs for communication differ from airline to airline, and the deals that they have with the companies. I think that this new means of communication, either on 5G or over SATCOM, the opportunities that are there will be very profitable to airlines. And if it is about this question more in detail, I would like to know from the person that asked this if I can maybe elaborate a little bit more when I'm in contact with him or her, to maybe better understand if this is something that they were aiming at.
Thank you so much. So last question, how to encourage young IT engineers to join the aviation tech revolution?
Well, yeah, I think the from what I see that initiatives in aviation when it comes to development and taking aviation forward, I think when I look at myself, and I'm not a technology expert, I'm more a domain expert, but yeah, it made me really proud when in 2003, or let's say end of the 90s, in 2000, we started to develop for the web. Yeah, so nobody knew what it was, and what is a web page, and what is so to put a briefing for a flight on the web was really exciting. And for me, it was when in 2003 KLM started using our briefing system. It was really exciting to be in their center, in their briefing center, and see our software, the software that was developed in Poland, in Gdansk and in Krakow, really improving the aviation world. And I think I would encourage developers to be part of this revolution. I would encourage them to help and bring this aviation world further. And yeah, I also see that modern technologies are implemented. So I think also that airlines are willing to invest even under the COVID conditions. We see that under pressure, you can grow diamonds. So a lot of initiatives are there to improve aviation. And I think it's a very attractive world to work for. Yeah. So I've mentioned during my presentation how slow and not dynamic we are, but I would say that there's also very good initiatives. And I think also, I've seen it also from the other companies. I think working in a company and working for aviation, still we need to have a lot of fun. And also, like I showed you in the last slide, that I have a lot of fun being in Gdansk there. Yeah. So with the team that we have, we built really, with the team that we have in Smart for Aviation, we really built on the future. And I think that's a really no-brainer for, let's say, technology to step into this arena.
Thank you so much. So we hope to see you soon here in Gdańsk, in the Tri-City. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for answering the questions. We're moving on to our lightning talk right now, to be delivered by our next speaker. So thank you, Dirk, so much. we're moving on to our next speech delivered by Sebastian Zimno from WeTalk. This is our lightning talk of the day. Sebastian, thank you for being here with us. Please let us know if you can hear us properly, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I heard you, and thank you for the invitation. Then I can share mine. One moment, please. So. So, is running?
It's running. It looks great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. So, my name is Sebastian Zimnor. I am the co-founder from WeTalk, a cybersecurity company from Germany. We sitting size 4 months in Danzig, and 1 week ago we ground a foundation of Quantum Cybersecurity Hub Europe. Thank you for the invitation to present our ideas in the new technology of quantum cybersecurity, together with the drone technology, and I hope we can show shortly for all people what we try to bring new technologies of cybersecurity and business and possibilities for IoT. What is a drone? A drone is unpiloted aircraft and aircraft and spacecraft. Other terms of drones are unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, unmanned aerial systems, USA, and unmanned combat aerial system, UCAV. And drones have existed since World War I. They be, in this case, in this time, they be control over the radio control stop with camera. Here we have drones tour guide over the world, and we have very, very different drones on the world for different using. And the drones be very big to 10 meters long, and very, very small drones, how bottle closers, what you see in the bottom of our presentation, and the standard drones, Air Parrot, what we have now, the standard drone to 5 kilo on the market. I have so short time to prepare this presentation, because we spoke yesterday firstly with investment in Pomerania, and I find things over the drones, and my example is here German. And when we see what is the using the drones in the future, so much drones be used in the moment in Germany, and when we see since 2015 to 2021 was 18 times more in last 6 years. The same situation be in the privacy, in the commercial using. And when we see what's happened in next 9 years, then we have very, very much drones on the market, and to using for privacy people and for the commercial using. And where we drone use? First time in military parts. That is very big part for drones. This next time part is delivery. I think in next 10 years we get deliveries with drones to our houses and to our points where we get packages. Amateur recuse. We work together with one foundation help NGO, and they use drones for amateur recuse to mapping all the discovery and disasters areas. And I think that this be very, very high level for this using of this IoT of drones. Drones be used in agriculture and in outer space. And what components are found in consumer drones? When we check the components of drones, and we see common configuration include the CPU and RAMs, Wi-Fi and RV communication, included cameras, storage, different types of sensors. One of them is GPS, battery, and aeronautical hardware, a controller for manual flight operation that the drone can be flight. But what happened when we don't have the last 2 points? We have a computer. A drone is a flying computer. And what is the consequence of this fact? As such, they are susceptible to cyber attacks. And what type of cyber attacks threats exists? The first biggest cyber attacks is disconnect the controller and the drones. And our idea with the foundation of quantum cybersecurity and to work together with University of Danzig and professors which be working there is that all drones need random numbers for encryption. And why drones need random numbers? Without properties authorization protocol, the drones can be taken over by an adversary. The authorizations procedure is working how encryption's situation. Drone picks a random message M, and the random message M is the drone's needs to be a random sent to the controller. The controller encrypts it with the privacy key and send it to the drone. The drone decrypts if with the public key and checked if it is M. This is working now what we think that the drones need random numbers. And the next step was why drones need quantum random numbers. That coming new technology, and we see the future is now. And we think that the future and the possibility of quantum technology, what we have now, we can pseudo-random numbers generators need secure of entropy. That when we have the generators in the drones inside, then we can generate very high level of numbers, and true random numbers generators TRNG can work is the secure or produce the number directly. And we have two types of the true random number generators. One are classical and quantum. And in the case we working on the quantum possibility. Why quantum random generator? Because quantum can estimate their own entropy in real time. It means they can detect failures and components for them. And that is very new technology, what we can secure it of all kinds of drones. And we think that when we generated quantum numbers with the generator, that we can several types of attacks. We have different several types of attacks over the MAC address, the DA authentication, over the GPS spoofing and jamming. The very old kind of cyber attacks was the man in the middle that's happened today too. The hijacking, that is the hacking the drones in the air, and then geofence spoofing what we have in no area, in no drones areas. And the idea of quantum technology is here to bring in every IoT, flying IoT, how drones, one random number generators, which can communicate between the drones and the controller. And we are sure that then we have no possibility to hack the drones and to take the fall down. That is the idea of new technology with drones.
Tut mir leid, ich finde das nicht in deiner Musikmediathek.
Sorry. And that is the idea of new technology, what we try to bring now on the market. We work now with differently quantum technology areas in Poland, and the one of the using was the including this new technology in the drones area. And I think that is very short presentation today from me, but the idea what we have to bring new security level to the drones systems and to other systems for communication in the world. And I think that was firstly from me. And when you have questions, please give me questions, and we try to bring our ideas again to you.
Thank you very much for this lightning talk. If you want to play some music, go ahead.
Oh, my Siri go every time.
All right, thank you very much. So we're waiting for your questions. Now is the time to post them in the chat box on our live, and we'll forward these questions to our speaker if you don't manage to ask now, and if you have questions later on, we can forward them to our speaker as well. All right, so we have two questions for now. Yeah. The first one is, what will convince people to enter planes without a pilot? I'm curious myself.
I'm curious myself. Okay. What can you explain again?
How to convince passengers to enter planes, to fly planes without a pilot?
Okay. I don't understand exactly what's the mean in the question. Sorry. Can you translate this me in Polish, maybe?
Oczywiście. W jaki sposób przekonać pasażerów do tego, żeby nie bali się podróżować samolotami, które nie mają fizycznie pilota?
I don't know. Our part is the cybersecurity of the communication, and in the moment we try to find solution for security the communication between the hardware and in this case the airplane and the control towers. And I think when we have very high level with new technology, quantum technology, cybersecurity, encryption keys, how they can close all this communication and or other point be secured, and the systems be very good, and the technology is good, then I think we have good chance to flying without pilot. And the same is with the car driving, self-car driving systems. And our part, what we do is try to find security ray between the communication and of the control and the end hardware.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question. What are our biggest communication security threats for drones?
Yes, we started now, as our foundation is very, very young, and we started now to try find solution for radon generator of quantum communication, and we in the moment is very the threats of drones be now what we see on the market is the MAC address DE authentication threats, because all the drones in the moment would be on the market coming from China, coming from other countries, and they be completely open. They'd be not secured, they'd be not encrypted, they have all open points, and now it is very easy. You can get very simple programs in internet if you can scan the air of drones with the MAC address, and you can attack this.
Thank you very much. Last question. Could you tell us a bit more about cargo delivery market predictions?
Cargo market predictions. I think
Alle Titel werden im Zufallsmodus gespielt.
I don't know what's happened. My Siri going every time on. That is very, very crazy. What we do it is cybersecurity, and we try to find solutions for communication of all IoT and all things on the world, on communication and data exchange. And I think that I don't explain, or I don't give answer exactly for this question, because the way what we go is a little bit different to them what be now here in completely case in Aviation Hub Pomerania Conference. And I was very happy to get the invitation to be here, but our part is only the security of communication of these things.
Well, thank you so much. So if any other questions spring to your minds, please share them with us. Later on, we can share it with the speaker. Right now, well, thank you again. Last question coming in.
Yes, I see it. I give the answer. One moment, please.
All right. So what do you think about secure multi-party computation algorithms to achieve a high privacy level in drone trajectories while still being able to detect and counter collisions? Are you able to see the question?
Yes.
All right.
The question is, where is the controller of the algorithm? Yes, when we see when we want to see the communication of I try to find that is very good question. This is very good question, and I think to have I was yesterday other side. I was yesterday in other conference, and we have in dancing systems which we can scan the air of controlling of different things. Birds in the air over the airports, then drones controlling, and I think so system can be used when we have one protocol of all drones which be flying in the air, that we can see where they fly. This is the same how fly the airplanes. And sorry, I don't know what's happened here. Sorry. every time going my Siri. And I think we must found one solution over one protocol of all drone systems, and we must have a scan system where it can be and give information between the different drones that he can collide together. And the question is how we can secure it of all this information, because now we don't have so much drones in the air. But when we get logistic drones, when we get drones for scanning of streets, then I think we must find new levels and new protocols with firstly of the control to scan the air with the drones, and the second to change all this information between the controller and the drones. And we think together that the drones can communicate together too, and he can now collide together, because when we have algorithm, when we have one protocol, and we know which drone system, and I don't know if we speak or I speak before over MAC address, because we must have address of every drone, and the drone can be communicated together, then we can find a solution.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, and thank you for answering all these questions. Right now, we need to take a 10-minute break before our HR panel starts. So please stay with us. Enjoy the videos coming in a second. And once again, thank you for the presentation.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers, as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware, and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich, and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We're ready to begin our HR panel. We're going to talk about talent management in aviation. Please let me introduce our speakers. So our moderator is Karolina Karwowska, renowned business advisor. Karolina, thank you for joining us. Please let me know if you can see us and if you can hear us. Okay, please let me know when you're ready. Hello.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. I can see you and I can hear you. So thank you again for joining us today and for facilitating this session. So please let me admit our panelists to the session. All right, our panelists are joining. So today we're going to talk about talent management, especially in the aviation sector. And our guests are Anna Łyczak-Czepukojc from Boeing, Małgorzata Trojan from Cyclad, and Anna Płaszko-Tyndzik from Lufthansa Systems Poland. So hello, good afternoon. Yes, I can say that already. So thank you for joining us today. Please let us know if you can hear us, if you can see us. I cannot see Anna Łyczak. I can see her garden.
You can see nice view.
That's a very nice change. Please let us know. Please let us know when you're ready.
I was actually testing. I don't know what happened. It's sorry.
That's fine. Please let us know whenever you're ready. Karolina, if you can introduce our panelists now, then the floor is yours and the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Julia, for introducing me, for a nice introduction. And I just wanted to say that it's really a great pleasure for me to moderate this HR panel discussion. And now it's, let's say, my turn to introduce our panelists, three great ladies with huge experience in human resources area in aviation industry. Yes. So let me start from maybe from you, Anna Płaszko-Tyndzik, before the second Anna will join. Yes, here we have. Okay, I will start with Anna Płaszko-Tyndzik, human resource business partner in Lufthansa Systems Poland. Many years also of experience as a human resources specialist with demonstrated history in IT and production manufacturing industry. I hope I'm correct. Welcome, Anna. Okay, I will move now to Małgorzata from Cyclad. You started your journey with IT and Cyclad company in 2013. And in fact, with the IT recruitment, yes, this was the journey you started. So you have wide experience in coordinating the whole process of recruitment, especially now remote recruitment, yes, process. So welcome also. And Anna, happy to have you now on the line. Your garden is really beautiful. So we had the chance to enjoy also the spring view. Anna Łyczak-Czepukojc from Boeing, many years long experience in human resources area in aviation industry. She's a professional people, organization, strategic person with such a human and warm approach. So welcome, and we are very happy to have you here during our panel, and I hope our discussion, even though quite short because we have now 20 minutes for talent management topic, which we could probably speak whole day, but we have 20 minutes and we decided to focus our discussion on two subjects related to talent management, which is remote way of working and hybrid teams. Yes. So, okay, let me now go straight to the questions and start from the first step in talent management process, which is recruitment. And I will have the question to you, Anna Płaszko-Tędzik, but I also invite the other ladies to participate in the discussion, so we can have some kind of open forum. But okay, first question, remote environment, we recruitment process, and we have our candidates, yes? How can we secure good candidate experience in a remote environment? Anna, please share your experience and view with us.
Okay, I hope I can be heard well. I'm sure that all of us here would confirm that candidate experience is as important regardless if it is done remotely or if it's done on-site, yeah, like face-to-face. I would say that, well, changing from the on-site onboarding into that remote really had us, it was hard at first, but what we decided is that we need to focus more on those digital aspects of onboarding of the candidate experience. Yes, the remote recruitment requires more digital tools to be included in the recruitment process. As usual, we are all using, most of us using the systems like applicant tracking systems. So in those information that we provide to the candidates, we need to hand over a little bit more information and aspects how to, for example, join into the meeting, as not everybody is know how to use, for example, MS Teams, and they do not know very well how to handle it. So how to check your camera, how to check your internet connection. That also requires us to, you know, to provide as many information as possible, as the stress factor, even via on remote side, is much higher than just being on site. Yes. Because when you see a person next to you, then you know how to calm them down, how to address their emotions, yes, and to ease that stress away. Apart from that, of course, digital testing, so that the candidate can do the tests at their free time whenever they need it. I've mentioned the digital tools and, of course, the communication itself. As I mentioned, you will need to secure many more information regarding the recruitment process. Yes, what will be the steps, who will join the meeting, how will it proceed? As you know, when we meet in person, then everybody knows how it looks like. Yes, the employer or the hiring manager enters, he greets us, we talk. Yes, and then it's done. But in the remote meetings, it's a little bit different, but that's not everybody is used to such meetings at all. So yeah, communication and digital tools, I would say, that's the key factor for the success of the candidate experience in the remote recruitment.
Yes, thank you very much. You mentioned that we are somehow missing this kind of personal contact, yes, with a candidate experience. How do you think, is it possible somehow to substitute this with online communication? How can we somehow substitute this connection? Yes, the loss of personal connection with the candidate. I'm just asking now, giving the question to all of you. Yes, if you have any experience, how we can do it.
From my side, not only from the recruitment perspective, but also like from daily operations, we all our HR team is using the cameras for the meetings, and that's what we ask also the hiring managers. Okay, when you join the recruitment, please turn on the camera so that the other person could see you, and in that way somehow you could connect with the other person. Yes, you can see maybe if their facial expressions will change, how you can then address that.
Yeah, and I can only add that our candidate experience team, they have adopted, and we have multiple ways of contacting the candidate. So prior to the meeting, they will have warm up and introductory calls. It could be either video or even telephones, because for some people it's more relaxing and comfortable. So we constantly looking for ways to reach out and keep the candidates as if closer to us, so to say. So I think it's very important that we not only have those moments when we interview or when we have video conversation, but also that we have pre-talks and also summaries, and that we have a team approach to candidates. So that's what we've been doing.
So in fact, it looks like that there are quite many efforts, additional efforts we have to do to secure this positive candidate experience in a remote environment, yes? But Małgorzata, I have now the question to you. So we have, as in everything, yes, we have some positive and negative of in this case, remote recruitment. Of course, this 2 years of COVID and lockdown, it has changed, or rather, I would say, speeded up many changes in the workplace and in the organizations. Some of them were stressful for employees, stressful for employers, but many of them, in fact, turned into positive, yes, aspects. So can you share with us what you think is positive and negative of remote recruitment as a specialist also in this area, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure. The remote recruitment process is a very different experience for all the parties involved. So meaning whether it's a candidate or a recruiter or a hiring manager or the interviewer. For sure, for what everyone noticed is that it's a huge time saver, because one thing is that the candidates and the managers are more available for the interviews, because most of us, we have flexible working hours, so it's easier a little bit to accommodate the interview during our, let's say, daily tasks. On the other hand, when we had face-to-face meetings, the candidates were less available. So sometimes, they had to take into account the fact that they need to come to the office to commute. Sometimes they would have to take a day or half a day off. So very often, it took quite a lot of time to organize the interview, because for sure they also had to take into account their regular work. So yeah, for sure, the recruitment process is much quicker than it was before. What we also mentioned a little bit in the first part, so sometimes some candidates might feel much more comfortable during video conference than face-to-face meetings, especially I think the introverts, because sometimes I even participated in an interview where we had a candidate and 3 or even 4 interviewers on the other side, because we had a person from the HR, we had let's say technical experts, we had one person from the team and the manager. So sometimes the candidate could feel a little bit bombarded with everyone in the office. So on the other hand, yeah, during this video calls, I think they find it a little bit more comforting. So they don't feel that they are surrounded by so many people, even if there are 3 or 4 interviewers on the other side. On the other hand, I think that not everyone is able to show their skills the same way as they would do during face-to-face meetings. And it also applies sometimes, surprisingly, for the salespeople or people who usually are used to, different kinds of presentations. And we even, we notice that not everyone feels comfortable simply, and that they are able to show their skills in the same way that they would do during face-to-face meeting, because they might have some simple barriers, and maybe the talent wouldn't show in the same way as during face-to-face meetings. Well, on the other hand, as a recruiter, we noticed that we feel that there's a bigger risk that candidates do not take the interview seriously. Because, when you meet face to face, you feel kind of attached to the person, you feel responsible and try to be reliable. And many, I think, interviews, online interviews are being cancelled by candidates than in the past when we had face-to-face meetings. Another thing I think that is crucial to mention is the fact that sometimes, candidates might not focus, let's say, well enough, because they might get distracted by other things that normally wouldn't happen during face-to-face meetings. So I don't know, sometimes there might be some technical issues that Anna mentioned before. Sometimes there might be, like regular things that happen when you're working from home. So I don't know, your kids will come to your room screaming, or I know your dog starts barking, or I don't know, somebody comes to the door and rings the bell, or simply, I don't know, your neighbors decides to start drilling, and you are simply just distracted. So yeah, you need to for sure practice how to operate, let's say, and how to perform in such an environment during such a remote interview. And also what we already mentioned, the non-verbal communication. I think it's sometimes it might be a little bit more difficult to let's say decode the non-verbal communication, or maybe some people find it difficult to interpret it in a good way, because we don't see each other face to face. Sometimes we get distracted by the emails that we receive at the same time. So yeah, I think that those are the most
okay.
important.
I think it's so generally we can say that I guess more positives than negatives, yes, of this changes in to remote recruitment. Of course, we are getting more and more used to digital environment, so it's also getting much easier for us to be a part of this process. I will a bit jump now to different subject, because my first plan was to go from recruitment to onboarding, but now I will just I have the question to Anna Łyczak-Czapukojc about the development process, because this is something that is probably a bit more difficult in hybrid teams, in remote environment. How do you manage this in Boeing now in your job? How do you see it?
Yeah, I'll start with the clarity that breeds mastery. So a purpose anchors us and every, say, if we're talking about the organization, employee, and from there we can start and really do great things. So in addition to the plans that we have, that I mentioned clarity with regards to goals. So in addition to goal and priority plans, what we have development plans, but we encourage everyone to take responsibility and be accountable and actually contribute actively and take initiative to design a career path. So that is, and we actually just changed from performance management to performance enablement, where we encourage everyone to take the ownership and responsibility for for say designing their own journeys, development journeys, and especially in the hybrid and flexible environment when we don't have everyday contact with our leaders, peers. It's so important that we plan it well also virtually, that we reach out to our peers, that we have regular check-ins with the leader so that we can exchange. And we encouraging also a lot to build networks, cross-border, cross-functional, and not only in daily projects and works that we're involved in, but also on different topics. So the say tag we're using is everyday, also everyday learning. Every day is the learning at Boeing. So we encouraging and fostering lifelong learning mindset and growth mindset as well. It's a big topic, Carolina, so
I know, and so we have few minutes almost left, but I just wanted to add additional question to you. You said you are just encouraging people to come with the initiative of their own development. How do they just react to this? Do they take it? Do they take the advantages of this, or are they really coming with the initiative of self-development?
Yes, they do. And your initial question, your question was about support, and we are enabling and supporting this as well. So we have, say, honeycombs and different clusters of current and future positions or roles, needs, where you can have a look. Either you like to deep dive into what you're doing today and develop yourselves, or maybe you think about something else, so you can actually explore more and say work with it with the tools that are available at the moment. So just to summarize, Carolina, we're talking about growth mindset, learning, long life learning, curiosity. That's what we're encouraging a lot. Open collaboration, cross-border, cross-functional, and leaders, role modeling, and all of us actually role modeling and demonstrating this attitude.
So thank you very much, Anna. It's really great initiative. I think that definitely has the positive impact on total employee experience. Yes, but what about engagement? I just wanted now to ask the question, in fact, to all of you. We know that building engagement in, let's say, normal reality was difficult. Yes, but now we have remote teams, we have hybrid teams. How can we do it? How can we make this engagement stronger? Any of you? I mean, just asking the question to any of you.
I would go back, if I can add something, I would go back to the purpose and understanding why we're here and how we contribute, but also it's very important that we connect, that we have trust, and that we have a safe intellectual space as well to share, ask, and we actually encouraging to we've been talking a lot recently, and as everyone, about inclusion, about allyship, about helping the ones with disadvantaged positions. So again, it's a very important topic, and here is just to find ways how we can connect better, both in reality as well as during video meetings and other touch points as well.
And in fact, if I may add, I think that communication has improved during, during lockdown and during COVID time. leaders, they became more communicative. They started to communicate more because they didn't have people on site. Yes, so they had to communicate in a more somehow designed way. So this had definitely positive impact on increasing maybe engagement. But okay, Anna, this time Płaszko-Tyndzig, I have the question to you about onboarding, because this is the stage of talent management where probably we decide if somebody, an employee, will be engaged or not, or if we can create a positive experience or not. So which type of onboarding do you think is more effective and better for employee engagement and satisfaction?
I believe that the hybrid one is actually the best one. Yes, there are always pros and cons for all of the solutions. As Małgorzata mentioned before, yeah, many things enabled us to do things quicker and faster, and there are a lot of time savers. So at this point of time, after that a year and a half, we have introduced that hybrid actually onboarding that consists of actually 2 days, like the first days. The first one is the trainings online, and then on the second day, however, we usually invite the employees to the office, yes, to come on the premises, to meet with us as HR business partners, to meet with their team leaders, or if possible, of course, with some of the team members. They check where's the service desk room, yes. So even if they want to come to the office, they can check where's the kitchen, where you can get the coffee, yeah. Where would your desk be? So yeah, that part of those introduction into the company, it's really very useful. And that's what the employees say, that they appreciate that they can meet in person with their superior, and yeah, and see where their team would sit after or when we come back to the office. Of course, then later after those 2 days, majority of the onboarding activities are usually done online with some trainings carried out by the internal trainers or the buddies themselves. So yeah, that even helped us to build that onboarding training sessions even better than just before. Yeah. So in conclusion, hybrid would be the best solution. Actually, is the best one.
Okay, thank you. So from what you say, it seems that we managed to move to somehow remote reality, hybrid reality very quickly and successfully, in fact, for our employees. I just want to encourage to ask questions. If anyone wants to ask our panelists some questions, please do. If not, we will continue. We have 4 minutes left, so until waiting for some questions, we continue our topic. So, okay, hybrid onboarding with some kind of personal touch, yes, to visit the office, to feel the vibes of company culture, to meet people, because this is also so important aspect of effective onboarding, yes. Okay, what I don't want to just to show some negatives, but so far we were talking only about positives, yes. So what kind of challenges would you see in building and keeping remote teams engaged? What kind of challenges? Małgorzata, maybe it's your turn.
Yeah, sure. So as we already discussed it a little bit, I think that the biggest challenge is the communication itself, because for sure when we were working in the office, you know, we could see each other often. We solved lots of problems. We had this regular, let's say, conversations going. the knowledge sharing was constant also, because even sometimes, you know, during coffee breaks or encounters in the kitchen or during lunch, we had a chance to discuss, you know, various either professional or non-professional topics. So it is important to make sure that, especially for the new joiners, that, you know, they get integrated into this team, especially the team that has been working together for some time, especially before the pandemic. So in the office, so they know each other in person. So yeah, it's definitely important to make sure the communication is well, let's say, orchestrated. But also, I think that what we already mentioned, quite a lot of daily communication was moved to calls and chats. We all use like Teams or Slack and, you know, various channels. So I think that, that's a huge support because it is, you know, we all belong to different groups. So our team also usually create different channels on communicators, and I think it's easy to get the information through the communicator than through email. So lots of the communication was moved from regular emails to chats. I think that's what is also important and challenging at the same time is to make sure that everyone feels comfortable. I mean, you know, there are lots of people who prefer working from home. There are others who miss the office, who miss this personal experience. So I think it's important not to, let's say, implement one policy for the entire company. To tell them, you know, that okay, from the next month we will be working 2 days from the office, 3 days from work, and everyone has to, you know, adapt. So it's important to try to, you know, examine what are the needs of your team. So maybe sometimes the majority of your team prefers to stay at home and maybe come to the office occasionally for different reasons, right? So I think it's important for the leaders, for the managers to make sure that simply everyone feels comfortable in both situations, and especially while let's say remote work. I think it is important to let them know that even though, you know, we have regular calls and so on, because of the fact that we don't see each other in the office, it's important to communicate any problems that may happen, not to wait until the regular scheduled call, for example, is organized, but, you know, to let others know that, for example, you might face some difficulties, problems, or just simply want to discuss some issues.
Okay, thank you very much, Małgorzata. So I think we can summarize that probably flexibility is something that both employees and employers need now in these new times, yes, and probably flexibility is also what employees now expect from the workplace. Dear ladies, thank you very much. I feel that we just managed to touch the subjects, and I'm sure that if we had more time, the discussion would flow, because you had such a great experience in your areas, and it was pure pleasure for me to moderate this discussion, and I hope we will meet once again. But now I have a pleasure to invite you, all the participants, to breakout sessions where you can also ask additional questions to our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much for today, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this interesting panel, and thank you for accepting our invitation. This has been a pleasure listening to you. As Carolina has just mentioned, we invite you to our breakout session rooms. They are available on our YouTube live channel in the chat box. Also in your mailbox, you should have the links in your mailbox right now. So please join the session you're interested in. You can switch from one session to another. This is your choice and your time to ask questions to our partner companies. Dear panelists, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. We're moving on to our breakout sessions or our lunch break. And we'll see you 1:30. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're ready to announce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Izabela Brzeska from Lotus Air BP. She's going to talk about sustainable aviation fuel. So in line with our topic for today, a very sustainable topic. Isabella, welcome. Please let us know if you can hear us and if you can see us. We can see you, but we cannot hear you yet.
Here. Okay.
Right, we can hear you, we can see you. Welcome. Thank you for accepting the invitation and thank you for being here with us today. Whenever you're ready, the screen and the stage is yours. Over to you.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the invitation and thank you for the introduction. Is everything visible and right?
Perfect. Yes, we can see the presentation now.
Okay. Okay, so once again, thank you for the invitation. What I want to talk about is that ecology in aviation, and what comes with it is a sustainable aviation fuel. Ecology, what it brings is CO2 emission reduction. It is one of the main three challenges that aviation industry is facing right now, and which the conference addresses broadly. Of course, we have to say about COVID-19 pandemic. Its influence, of course, on aviation has already been broadly discussed, but I just wanted to show the last Eurocontrol Stat4 forecast for Europe 21-27, as this analysis is a starting point for any discussion and estimation of air traffic, fuel consumption, CO2 emission, or its possible level reduction. What we can see in this forecast, the black vertical line refers to 2019 flights level in millions. Green, orange, and red are three scenarios in addition to vaccination efficiency. The high efficiency vaccination globally, reliable vaccinations are reliable against various variants of the virus, and the recovery is forecasted in mid-2023. Base scenario, the orange one, the limitations, it verified delays in spreading the vaccination. But the assumption still is that the Europe reaches herd immunity, like 70% people vaccinated, and limited flight restriction, limited to first quarter of 22 Middle East, Asia Pacific until third quarter of 22, and Australia until fourth quarter of 22. And recovery is forecasted as the end of 23. The red line is the low scenario with patchy uptake of vaccines or vaccines not being efficient against successive mutations. So the recovery is only 2027. What was taken into account in this forecast was the strength of domestic aviation and European Union aviation, free movement within European Union because of COVID certificate, possible differences in state aid and risk of bankruptcy in the aviation industry, diversification in demand, like for example, visiting friends and relatives markets, it recovers the fastest. But at the same time, flight shaming can impact on reducing holiday traffic. So there were many factors taken into account, but the question is where a certain company is on that curve depends on a few more factors. For example, we in Lotus RBP, our sales decreased in 2020 for 57%. So it was only 43% of 2019 levels. But because we have strong representation in our portfolio of low costs, charter and cargo carriers, and those three are recovering the fastest, we were able to reach this year more than 80% of 2019 levels, and with increasing our customer portfolio and faster dynamic growth of this part of Europe and our Polish market, we really may come close to 100% of 2019 levels in 2022. So this was all about COVID. Of course, digitalization and ecology are two other main challenges. Challenges and digitalization as I would say something that made these challenges facing faster and easier. This slide is a quote from Alexandre de Juniac, the former IATA director, general director. It states that how really important and positive impact aviation and air transport industry has not only on the economy, European economy, but also for people. Some time ago, specific hunting period for aviation as a main air polluter began after the United Nations announced that within 3 decades, the aviation industry, growing with no limitation, would become the largest producer of CO2. The environmental impact of aviation has sparkled a passionate response, ranging from flight shaming and calls for a drastic reduction in air travel to the belief that technological innovation will save the day. There was a need for an honest analysis, impartial analysis, and honest discussion about whether air transport can continue to provide economic benefits while assuming responsibility for its environmental impact. Before starting any discussion on limitation, regulation, or restrictions imposed on the aviation industry, we have to state that air transport services significantly contributes to improving connectivity within the Union and with third countries, and is a significant enabler of the Union economy. And where market distortions occur, they risk putting aircraft operators or airports at a disadvantage with internal or external competitors. In turn, this can result in a loss of competitiveness of the air transport industry, European air transport industry, and the loss of air connectivity for citizens and business. This is why all changes should be implemented gradually and equally at global, at least European Union level. This slide shows numbers which are widely known, like the 2% of global CO2 emissions contributes aviation. Aviation is 3% of European greenhouse gas emissions and 2.4% of fuel consumption, total fuel consumption. And it's all in this 27%, the most difficult to eliminate. And comparing, for example, to 10% of from residential, commercial, something that we can all reduce with minimum effort. What is more, aviation industry for at least a decade work on limiting CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions. But it's all about charts and its presentation, what we can see in this scheme, which we see different ways of transport moving from A to B. And it shows emission compared as CO2 equivalent per passenger per kilometers. And showing it that way, we all understand where the flight shaming came from. But aviation provides huge benefit to society. And the industry has recognized the importance of reducing carbon emissions and together have agreed a number of low carbon goals. This includes carbon neutral growth from 2020 and having total carbon emissions by 2050 relative to 2005 levels. It's the CORSIA scheme, carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. CORSIA was, it's their detailed requirements on the sustainability, traceability, and accounting of sustainable aviation fuels to lower CO2 emissions for international flights, to slow down and reduce the air transport industry impact on climate change. It was introduced in 2016 by ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. These goals are very ambitious, and what's more important in it, so the one that's stated, and I have already mentioned, so to reduce CO2 emissions by 50% according to 2005, to have a carbon neutral growth from 2020 and stop the level of greenhouse gas emissions. And it's all done by fuel efficiency improvement, by offsetting CO2 emissions, by purchase of carbon credits from the carbon market, or replacing standard jet fuel with sustainable aviation fuel. But CORSIA, although it was established by 191 countries, it's not covers the emission from domestic air travel, only international air travel. And it's being stepped that it's a big step towards air transport climate neutrality, but is being said that until regulation, incentives, and penalties will not be set at national EU level, the demand for standard fossil-based aviation fuel will not be reduced. Additionally, a main drawback, a defect of this regulation is that it's a market-based mechanism to offset emissions. An airline purchases carbon credits to offset its emissions. So this way, there doesn't really in fact reduce the emissions, but only airline buys out its obligation. But it's not only CORSIA, which was introduced globally, but also all aviation and air transport industry companies like engine and aircraft manufacturers, energy suppliers, airlines, airports, they create sustainable aviation fuel alliances. For example, it's a Clear Skies for Tomorrow, a coalition. From what I know, it was started by KLM and included other leading players in the aviation industry, such as Airbus Group, Boeing, Schiphol Airport, Neste, Shell, Sky Energy, Heathrow Airport, supporting each other and lobbying as stakeholders in the one common goal, reducing impact on climate change. Reducing carbon footprint may be achieved in many ways, in ways that they're already been implemented. It's like switching from older types of aircraft, such as the Airbus A340 or Boeing 767, to new types such as Airbus A350 or Boeing 787. It can cut emissions by 15 to 20% when flying the same route. And fun fact about switching planes, aviation fans and collectors can place orders for furniture and other unique items from the first Emirates Airbus A380 that was decommissioned. Another way for optimization, for reducing carbon footprint is optimization of flight and airport control procedures, joint management of European airspace. There's also a tendency to close down flights which has alternative rail connection. This was made in France this year, a liquidation of connections for which there are railway connection lasting up to 2.5 hours. Initial project included all rail connections lasting up to 4.5 hours. But is it really the best way? Because flights of more than 1,500 kilometers without practical alternatives in rail are responsible for around 80% of aviation CO2 emissions. And what about regional airports, if we will liquidate the connections? That is why the most interesting and promising way to reduce emissions, CO2 emissions, is SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Shortly, SAF is an aviation fuel produced from sustainable feedstock and is very similar in its chemistry to traditional fossil jet fuel. Using SAF, it results in a reduction in carbon emissions compared to the traditional jet fuel over the life cycle of the fuel. Some typical feedstocks used are cooking oil and other non-palm waste oils from animals or plants, solid waste from homes and businesses, such as packaging, paper, textiles, and food scraps. Other potential sources include forestry waste, such as waste wood and energy crops, including fast-growing plants and algae. The basic line is that SAF is not a crop, SAF cannot compete with food production. Tendency that is that for sustainable reasons, feed and food crop-based fuels should not be eligible. In particular, indirect land use change occurs when the cultivation of crops for biofuels displaces traditional production of crops for food and feed purposes. The highest risks of this indirect land use change have been identified during biofuels and fuels produced from feedstock for the road transport, and the significant expansion of the production area into land with high carbon stock is observed. Union policy limits and sets a cap on the use of such biofuels in road and rail transport, considering their lower environmental benefits, lower performance in terms of greenhouse reduction potential, and broader sustainability concerns like indirect land use change, which is capable of negating some of the greenhouse gas emissions savings of individual biofuels and creates risks also for biodiversity. Fun fact, if the biofuel was made from wheat, and so the amount of wheat for the fuel for a Airbus A380 needed from a New York to Hong Kong flight would cover all the caloric needs of all passengers for 4 years. So biofuels, there are currently no technical difficulties in using it in existing infrastructure or existing planes and engines. They can be synthesized as liquid fuels, which are structurally very similar to fossil fuels and do not require major aircraft adaptation and can be blended with wide range with traditional jet fuel. Currently, there are 8 biofuels, ways to produce biofuels certified for using in existing airplanes. It's using a variety of raw materials and processors, like, for example, HEFA, it's hydroprocessed esters and fatty acids. The feedstock is vegetable oil, but it's also ATL, alcohol to jet. So there are many possibilities. Priority should be given to biofuels made from vegetable waste, the production of which is not in competition with food crops. And all of them can be used as fuel up to 50% in a mixture with kerosene, traditional fossil jet fuel. On all airplanes and also including helicopters and all airports all around the world. However, the usage rate in fleets is now less than 0.1%. The reason is mainly related to the cost of the alternative fuels. Biofuels are at least 2 to 3 times more expensive than kerosene today. And the lack of incentives from public authorities to use them, which would favor the development of these biofuels on an industrial scale. The report of the Clean Skies for Tomorrow Coalition I have mentioned before, the report presented during World Economic Forum on November 2020. It was developed in collaboration with McKinsey and presents availability of raw materials, their durability, production capacity, technological possibilities of the most promising methods of obtaining sustainable aviation fuels. In the contrary to the common beliefs that there is no enough waste to match aviation fuel demands, the report states that there is enough sustainable supply of raw materials such as urban waste, agricultural residues, cooking oil waste to achieve 500 million tons of sustainable aviation fuel per year, meeting aviation-wide projected aviation fuel needs by 2030. However, plant capacity investment will only deliver 4 million tons. So by the 2030, so it is around only 1% of demand for aviation fuel in 2030. This urgently needs to be stimulated and to stimulate a viable SAF ecosystem to meet the 2030 decarbonization targets. This report is also a good basis for establishing cooperation in the field of SAF between organizations already active in this area and other entities related to the aviation industry. Increasing the production of sustainable aviation fuel is essential to meet the goals that global aviation must achieve. The next type of fuel is hydrogen and hybrid and hydrogen-powered aircraft. This could help industry reach the next efficiency target, but in large scale, this development can take 10 to 20 years. Also, we already have information that by 2030, the first hydrogen zero emission plane will be able to fly. And what about electric fuel and electrofuel, and what is it? This is a synthetic aviation fuel, which is being produced by capturing carbon compounds like CO2 from the air and reacts with hydrogen in the process of electrolysis. The only side effect is a vapor. This type of fuels allow to replace of crude oil, gasoline, and aviation fossil-based fuel without modifying the existing engines, petrol stations, containers, or the supply and storage networks. It all can continue to be used without any changes. As on a chemical and physical level, it is practically the same fuel as fossil-based fuel, with only this difference that during production, during synthesis, we have bigger influence on, for example, the level of nitrogen in this fuel. So it may lower down the nitrogen oxide, which is produced during combustion. Unfortunately, the manufacturing process is not very efficient, and it uses more energy than oil refining, which causes the costs are 3 up to 6 times bigger, and the price is 6 times more expensive than the traditional fossil-based fuels. Of course, this may be cut by mass production and using green energy. Especially with this last, using green energy, it seems that synthetic aviation fuel is the most promising in terms of level of decarbonization, and it will be widely promoted by European Union. What is now happening in our own backyard is, for example, what one of our Lotus RBP parents, RBP, is doing in Europe. At 20 European locations, they're already able to supply SAF, including 2 locations in Germany, Munich, Hamburg, 3 in UK, 1 in France. This SAF is made from sustainable raw materials based on waste, such as used cooking oil and animal waste fat. Feedstock is converted to SAF and blended with traditional jet fuel, proportions 35% SAF, 65% of conventional jet fuel. The SAF component reduces carbon dioxide emissions over the entire life cycle by approximately 80% compared to the traditional jet fuel that it replaces. But not only SAF is the main goal of RBP on their way to sustainability. They conduct many programs. They have been working on reducing the carbon footprint for over 10 years now. Two other ways to reduce footprint on top of the SAF, there are a number of projects for customers that RBP was running regarding to reduction and compensation of CO2 emissions. It included emission audits, methodology of quantifying of carbon footprints, emission allowance trading, offsetting, like for example, target neutral carbon offsetting program. In 2018, it's been launched in Brazil, and the first customer, Avanto, offset over 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Carbon neutral airports operation is the other very important way for sustainability. And RBP has been actively investing to reduce the carbon footprint in its operations. And in 2016 became the first aviation fuel provider carbon neutral globally across 250 operated sites. And not stopping there. Also, the second of our parents, Lotus Group, fits in this trend perfectly by implementing the Pure H2O project. It is a hydrogen purification installation that will produce 160 kilograms of high purity hydrogen. And the next step is the green hydrogen project, constructing of a large-scale installation for ecological hydrogen production in the electrolysis process using energy from renewable sources. In this case, there are wind farms in the Baltic Sea. Hydrogen can be stored in salt caverns, and in the first phase of the program, the aim is to create a large-scale electrolysis installation producing hydrogen for refinery needs, but also being a participant in the electricity market. In the second phase, further expansion of the installation capacity and increasing the role of the electricity markets are being planned. In the long term, the next phase, which runs until 2040, Lotus intends to strengthen its position as the regional leader in the production and distribution of hydrogen. Such hydrogen can be used in synthetic aviation fuel production, of course, and this kind of research and development actions are also happening as we speak. But we should say what is important in terms of time horizons. Because ecology and sustainable aviation fuel is something that it's a really hot topic right now. So we should be thinking about time, and we should be trying to implement technology as we can to right now to reduce CO2 emissions. So adaptation of the installation to produce SAF. It's at least 5 years, 5 to 10 years of projecting and process. But using, for example, biogas or other renewable energy source to power traditional production, fossil fuel, which needs very simple changes in the infrastructure and a small investment, and it's like horizon of maximum 2 years, but it will still be recognized as SAF. This is the question. In European Union, there are no incentives from public authorities to use more expensive sustainable aviation fuel, which would favor the development of these biofuels on an industrial scale. Also, the legislation in Polish law do not support the application of sustainable aviation fuel, but let us hope it will change in the coming years with the growing pressure to limit pollutant emissions. Many of the research and development programs were not launched even at a small scale because of the cost, the lack of legislation, the lack of clear vision and regulations for the future years, because there was no ability to assess demand for SAF, bio or synthetic fuels, especially during and after pandemic. About the legislation, a way to mitigate significant price difference between SAF and fossil jet fuels is the change in the tax law, especially the idea of liquidation of the excise duty exemption due to intended use. This would significantly reduce the price difference between conventional fossil jet fuel and SAF, but only by making the price of traditional fossil fuel technically 50% higher. So from 3 times more expensive SAF, according to fossil fuel, it will become twice more expensive. But the idea, as being widely discussed for years now, so especially after 2020, it seems hard to implement as an additional stopper in air transport recovery after COVID. Currently, reducing carbon dioxide emissions is one of the main challenges for the European Union concerning both individual sectors of the economy and society. The proof of this is Fit for 55 package introduced in July, which increased of 15 percentage points the CO2 emission reduction goal from previous 40% to 55% of total 1990 emissions. So this is very ambitious goal. Parallelly, there are many working groups in European Parliament and many ventures focused on ecology. Interesting can be that on 1st and 2nd December this year, there will be a 9th European Aviation Conference, which aviation industry managers, together with policymakers and researchers, will meet to discuss the key issue of climate change facing the industry, emerging from the catastrophic impact of a global pandemic. A proposal for the regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council was introduced also in July, probably discussed parallelly with Fit for 55, and it comes out of it. The proposal has already been widely discussed and consulted and still is being consulted. But the dates and numbers shown in this presentation cannot be considered binding, and it is only a general idea and direction. European Parliament and Council recognizes the importance of aviation and its fragility to disruptions. So the main goal is to implement changes gradually and equally on the European Union level. It is planned to apply to aircraft engaged only in civil aviation, so carrying out commercial air transport flights. It will not apply to military aircraft or aircraft engaged in operations for humanitarian, search, rescue, disaster relief, or medical purposes. or customs or police or firefighting. Scope of the regulation covers at least 95 European airports, although there are some thresholds for the smaller airport that regulation will not cover. So the threshold is more than 1 million passengers or 100,000 tons of freight traffic. Sustainable aviation fuels means drop in aviation fuels that are either synthetic aviation fuels or advanced biofuels. Legislation is very strict on that, and what SAF is not eligible. The most wanted are synthetic aviation fuels of non-biological origin. However, synthetic aviation fuels production costs are currently estimated at, as I said, 3 to 6 times higher than the market price of conventional fossil aviation fuel. So therefore, this regulation establishes a dedicated sub-obligation for this technology, synthetic fuels. So not only SAF has to be synthetic, but some part of it has to be. Regulation bans of tankering practices. Tankering practices is uptaking more fuel at one airport, more fuel that is required according to route and safety procedures. Sometimes airline does it when there is a big pricing difference between locations. Tankering is considered as unsustainable and which should be avoided as it undermines the union's effort to reduce environmental impact from transport. This would be contrary to the decarbonization objectives, as increased aircraft weight would increase the fuel consumption and related emission on a given flight. Tankering practices also put a risk that to the level playing fields in the union between aircraft operators and also between airports. This all is to stop operators from the practice of refueling more fuel or standard fossil fuel outside the European Union after the regulation will be implemented. The amount of fuel uplifted prior to departures from a given union airport should be comparable to the amount of fuel necessary to operate the flights departing from that airport. It is essential that aircraft operators can claim the use of sustainable aviation fuels under greenhouse gas schemes such as the European Union Emissions Trading System or CORSIA, depending on the route of their flights. However, it should not lead to a double counting of emissions reductions, and aircraft operators should only be allowed to claim benefits for the use of an identical batch of sustainable aviation fuels only once. Refueling obligations for aircraft operators and fuel suppliers. It is essential to set harmonized rules across the European Union internal market, applying directly and in a uniform way to aviation market actors, all actors on the one hand, and aviation fuel market actors on the other hand. Regulation should include gradually increasing targets for the supply of sustainable aviation fuel. Such targets should be carefully defined, taking into account that objectives of a well-functioning and transport market, the need to decarbonize the aviation sector, and the current status of the sustainable aviation fuel industry. Are the volume levels too high? Countries that has been working for years on carbon footprint reduction claims that they are too low. But it is obvious that the periods suggested initially, like 2025, they will be changed and it will be postponed to secure at least 5 years of interim period before it comes to apply obligations. Putting the same obligation for aircraft operators and the fuel suppliers Therefore, producers at least 95% of European airports, European Parliament has a plan to stimulate the market in demand and supply, both, and restore and preserve a level playing field on the air transport market. Aircraft operators and aviation fuel suppliers will be obliged to report the sale and uplifted sustainable aviation fuel volumes and synthetic aviation fuel volumes. Aircraft operators should report it yearly to European Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, and as well on the characteristic, as well of the volume of the fuel, but as well of the characteristics of the fuel. The information should be quite detailed and provided on the characteristics, nature, origin, feedstock, conversion pathway, and life cycle emissions. Where on one purchase, for example, includes sustainable aviation fuel with different characteristics, the report should provide both information for both types of fuel separately. Aircraft operators should also be required to report yearly on their actual aviation fuel uplift per union airport, so as to prove that there was no fuel tankering performed. Reports, they should be verified by independent verifiers in the country and monitored. And verifiers should determine the accuracy of the yearly aviation fuel reported by the operators using a tool approved by the Commission. Similar situation is for aviation fuel suppliers. They also should report yearly. And in the beginning period, initially it was 25, 29, but it will be probably postponed. So for each reporting period, at the beginning, in the interim period, aviation fuel supplier may report and supply the minimum share of sustainable aviation fuel defined as a weighted average over all the aviation fuel supplied across all union airports. But later it will be per airport. In order to ensure a level playing field of the aviation internal market and the adherence to the climate ambitions of the Union, this regulation should introduce effective, proportionate penalties on aviation fuel suppliers and aircraft operators in case of non-compliance. The level of the penalties needs to be proportionate to environmental damage and to the prejudice to the level playing field of the internal market inflicted by the non-compliance. When imposing administrative fines, the authorities should take into account the evolution of the price of aviation fuel and sustainable aviation fuel in the reporting years. The penalties for suppliers who will fail to meet the targets set in regulation should be also complemented by the obligation to supply the market with the shortfall of meeting the quota in the subsequent years. So if the fuel supplier won't sell a proper amount of sustainable aviation fuel, it will not only be charged with a fine, but the company will also have to sell the additional amount of sustainable aviation fuel the next year. So in the end of the day, the planned amount of sustainable aviation fuel needs to be sold on top of possible penalties. It seems a bit too harsh for a fuel supplier, as it may seem it's being charged double because for not complying with the level of sustainable aviation fuel is one penalty, but also for not complying with the level of synthetic sustainable aviation fuel included in the first volume, there's also a penalty. There's one obligation, one important obligation for union airports. Airports should ensure that all necessary infrastructure is provided for delivery, storage, and refueling of sustainable aviation fuel, or at least they need to provide an information on the infrastructure available, allowing for seamless distribution and refueling of aircraft operators with sustainable aviation fuel. Such a situation we, for example, have at Shopping Airport when there is no airport infrastructure and the only infrastructure is being owned by one of the suppliers, and all suppliers are obliged to use this infrastructure. There are some risks, and there probably are more risks that they've already been defined as the main goals are very clear, and all this proposal seems to be clear, but it's all about implementation. So this is something that it raises questions. And for example, European Parliament and the Council understands an additional fuel costs for airlines. So they stated that the regulation should take measure to prevent that the introduction of sustainable aviation fuel affects negatively the competitiveness of the aviation sector by defining harmonized requirements across the union. But I'm not really sure what are the measures. So if it is a liquidation of excise duty tax exemption, it was probably not the incentive that aircraft operators were counting for. Aircraft operators should only be allowed to claim benefits for the use of an identical batch of sustainable aviation fuel once. And this particular element brings a lot of risks and problems, because starting with naming the fuel and its properties, marking batches, single batches at producer level, supplier level, then sold batches to aircraft operator. And it's very possible that at one airport in one infrastructure, there can be more than one types of sustainable aviation fuel from different producers. They will probably have different origin, different feedstock, therefore may have different carbon footprint and may have different prices. So with so many differences, we are not sure if regulation will allow mixing, blending, it in one infrastructure, although this is one of the main goals. But there can be temptation and a threat to differentiate it on a tax level as well. Like we have with excise duty tax, that when fuel with charged and suspended excise duty tax cannot be mixed in one tank. But as I said, as one of the main goals of this regulation is that sustainable aviation fuel can smoothly mix with and replace fossil fuel, and hopefully it will not cause additional problems. The issues of a possible price difference may have an impact on the need to expand the infrastructure for two types of fuel, even if chemically they will be one product. Unnecessary burden, it is for the airports and fuel suppliers, as it's actually impossible to fulfill, because we have in Poland a big airport without its own fuel infrastructure. So creating this burden right now, it really would stop and made impossible to face these ambitious goals in the future. So shortly, this is everything what I wanted to say about sustainable aviation fuel and possible the proposal of regulation. As I said, it seems that it was really well analyzed, and European Parliament really did a good job at deep recognition of the air transport industry. But as I said, we have ambitious goal, and we have clear idea, clear view, but it's all comes to introduction it, and we will see how it will look like. The best way to have an eye on it is just to be part of the discussion, to be part of these consultations, so that we can all be sure and safe that matching these very ambitious goals that we all have to face, and we all want to match, will be as delicate, as smooth as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this detailed analysis and very informative presentation. We do have some questions from our audience. So if you'd like to answer at least 2 or 3 of them, because we're running out of time again. Number 1, could an electric aircraft use solid rocket fuel to get the cruising altitude quickly and then switch to the battery?
Well, this is very, very technical question, and it's hard for me to say anything about it. It's just something that was that seemed to be impossible, like the electric or hybrid airplanes. It seemed to be impossible. We thought that there is no such batteries right now. There are no such, for example, tanks for hydrogen, if we would like to do it. So the information from Airbus, it was, I think, that they will launch a hydrogen plane. I think that technology, digitalization technology, it really comes so fast right now and develops so fast that it's really, really hard to say what will happen in 5 or 10 years perspective. So I'm not saying no.
Thank you very much. Another technical question. Are there any studies if microwave energy beaming from the ground could help electric aircraft reduce battery sizes or reliance on solar panels?
Oh, this is actually something I was not studied, and I cannot. Sorry, sorry, I won't.
Right.
I won't made
No
up.
worries.
Yeah.
No worries. So last question, maybe a more a closer topic to you. So how has Lotos RBP been affected by the pandemic?
I thought that the only good thing in how we were affected is that we were all affected the same way. The slide I was showing at the very beginning of my presentation, I'm not sure if you can see it right now.
We can see everything.
Yeah, it shows this 2020 levels as a 45% of 2019 levels. So in our company, it was 43%. But what we did was, of course, a lot of action in terms of finances, but even more in terms of operations. So we conducted, of course, reduction of operating costs, revision of investment plans. Entire profit from 2019 was retained in the company. So all the actions all together resulted in this, that we were able really to reach a level of financial liquidity higher than in 2019. But in operations, this was really a challenge, because we had to secure minimum staffing, on-call services, mostly to take care not only reducing costs of staff, of course, but not spreading virus in the company, also limiting the operator's contact with the aircraft crew. We have investigated really a big problem, that even in terms of any quarantine, there's no possibility to, for example, move an employee from one airport to another. There are no such internal database between airports that could make it possible. So we could really do everything to isolate our employees as much as possible. We had to organize additional checks for tanks and auto tankers to maintain the equipment in normal operational condition, despite the lack of refueling, because normally the tanks are being tested while working, and additionally before and after, but also while working. They couldn't just stand and wait for the operation. They should be tested. We increased, of course, all the controls, fuel controls, due to the storage time and lack of rotation of the fuel. We had to do a strong reduction of road logistics, but one of also the main problems was to maintain the level of concentration and pace of work for employees, because less work causes people less focus and more relaxed. And operators, when they refuel planes, they have to be focused all the time. So this is really, really important in this operation. It, of course, all causes less flexibility in managing employees, and problems to face, for example, the sales peaks, which were still, of course, it's normal. There are waves of departures, and we have a lot of planes at the same time. Even there was really a few flights during the day. So it was all continuous work to improve efficiency, especially in operations. But now, as I said earlier, that we are almost more than 80% of 2019, and hopefully almost 100 next year. So we did good.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for remaining questions, but they will be forwarded to you after the conference. So thank you again. Thank you for accepting our invitation. And once again, we hope to see you in person one day, maybe next year, when we finally manage to organize the conference in person. Thank you very much. And let me introduce our next speaker.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, so our next speaker, just connecting, is Magdalena Jarosz from Blue Dot Solutions, who is also going to talk more about the Space 3AC acceleration program for startups. The title of the presentation is How to Implement Innovations in the Aviation Industry. So a very innovative approach to this topic of our today's conference. Magdalena, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Julia, for such a nice introduction. Hello, guys. I'm very happy to be with you today. I hope you can see my whole screen as I see it. So let's start. As mentioned, my name is Magdalena, and I am a psychologist working in the space sector. As many of you probably think about space is all about rockets, space missions, and Elon Musk. But the truth is, it is so much more, guys. And today I will tell you and show you how projects from space sector can be widely and commercially implemented in various areas, also in the aviation industry. I will give you several examples of successfully implemented innovation based on my own experience, my company, as well as startups I collaborate with under the Space 3AC Acceleration Program. So, when I mentioned that the space sector is not all about the rockets and Elon Musk, I meant one very specific area, and I meant satellite data, an incredible, powerful tool that we use every day. Even if you are not aware of it, you are using it. Satellite data can be found in navigation, like when you are checking the perfect route to your holiday destination, when you are checking the schedule of the bus, watching the weather forecast, or even using a dating application. But satellite data is still more than that. We are not even aware of that. And on the example of the company I work for, Bullet Solutions, I will show you their wide application, and then I will focus on what benefit they can bring to the aviation industry, of course, because this is why we are all here today. So, Bullet Solutions transforms satellite data into business solutions, as you already might see. We create and implement tailor-made solutions using satellite data, such as GNSS, not GPS, guys, and Earth imagery. But what is special about this company is not only the unique and very precise technology, but also the Space 3AC program that connects innovative startups and large enterprises to invent the future. But I will tell you about it later. Right now, let's focus on Bullet Solutions and advanced solutions based on satellite data, of course. As a company, we have a very extensive experience in developing and building personalized systems and applications for many industries, really, from land and maritime to urban spaces, agricultural, as well as the aviation and space sector, of course. Based on satellite data, we have created many different systems and applications supporting various industries, as you may see on the slide. We already created solutions for seaports, where you can precisely indicate the location of given objects, where you can check the amount of time that ships or vehicles spend in some place. You can check the attempting of access to prohibited places and many others. We already created a system for factories that can improve the safety of employees. And as we heard, safety is very important in these times. Of course, we also created an application for transportation, for cities that can help make the traffic smoother and can help optimize the cost of vehicle exploitation, which is very important for cities. Of course, solutions for forecasting the harvest of crops, informing about the condition of the soil and potential pests, which is very useful for people working in this sector. Of course, we have to tell about defense support solutions, which can provide exact location and possible routes of movement. And what would probably interest everyone here the most, systems for application dedicated to the airports. And right now, I would like you to meet Grandi. This is our own advanced IoT for ground handling. And this innovative product can bring multiple benefits to airports, their employees, and also passengers. So it's very multiversal. Grandi uses several technologies which only recently become available. With these systems installed on vehicles, you can locate, plan, and manage your assets at the airport. The result is very simple: much smoother operation, reduced risk of accidents or missing equipment, and much more satisfied employees and passengers. And be honest, this is exactly what we are fighting for. So our solution was created based on the problem we identified. And this is one of the examples on how to implement innovations. Find a problem or a challenge, how we like to call it these days, and make a solution, simple as that. We came from the place when we thought about the airports, and I'm sure you remember how did the airports look like before the outbreak of the pandemic. There has been an increasing number of airport operations, of course. This is a perfect way to travel through the world, and a limited number of ground vehicles and infrastructure. And this all has very serious consequences. Increasing pressure to operate on time, checked. Higher risk of errors, checked. Increasing cost of operations, checked. Lower financial margins, unfortunately checked. But how about now? How about airports during the pandemic? We can still see a limited number of flights. That's for sure. We still have no new restriction regarding COVID passports, all the vaccination and certificates. There is a very difficult financial situation to many ground handling companies operating on the airport. And I will tell you that some of them have already bankrupted, which is very sad. And the consequence is simple, less and less ground handling, which we all need. In summary, no one likes delays. And I think we can agree on that, but they are more than certain. And they lead to financial losses and dissatisfied passengers, which is a very bad situation for the companies. But don't worry, we have Groundeye, and this is a simple solution that is composed of our IoT devices with very high positioning precision, even in difficult environments. We have a server side for statistic, visualization, and management. Of course, someone has to manage the whole panel. There is something that every IT department will love because there is possible data integration from their sources and mobile application system and data export also to other systems, which is very useful, very easy, and we can see that everyone really likes it. Here you can see the operational preview of the Gdańsk airport in Poland, airport space in the Groundeye application. What is beautiful about satellite data, in my estimation, that you can that there is a ease of mapping the terrain with very, very high accuracy. And this is exactly what we do, what some of our startups did. But right now, let's focus a little bit more on the technology. So our technology consists IoT with low power design, which is very important. Of course, our own IoT devices and algorithms. Of course, I will show you how our IoT device look like. It's on the next slide. Of course, there is no need for additional infrastructure, and this is a very important feature because you don't need to invest extra money to build an infrastructure to change. No, we can implement it anywhere you want it. Of course, the system is open for additional customization depending on the individual needs. We always like to hear what our customers has to say. Sometimes what we think is completely different what they need. So one way on implementing innovation is to listen, not only thinking what you know, but listen to others. This is very important. On the left, you can see our first prototypes from 2019. We built them in our laboratory in Olivia Business Center. They are already modernized. Now I would like to tell you a little bit about the benefits of the Groundeye. Let's leave the technology behind. So let's focus on those things. With Groundeye, you can plan operation much more simple. You can generate savings on manpower and its rotation. It's an extra employer branding benefit, and I believe that companies care about employees in these hard times. So yeah, this is very important. There's of course damage tracking. You can check if there are dangerous zones or behaviors of your employees. you can protect your vehicles and equipment thanks to the user authorization. And you will also have an access to the panel with statistics and maintenance. So thanks to this IoT for ground handling, you know where your equipment is and how it's used. And this is very, very important, not only due to the pandemic restriction, but also because of acts of vandalism and theft. Just so simple. Of course, a fast deployment is for sure a good benefit because the cost of the installation and commissioning is just low. More smooth operation can help mitigating communication failures, which will be a great benefit for your employees and managers. Of course, less delays means money saved and satisfied passengers. I don't have to tell here anything else. Of course, lower risk of accidents in the airport area. On the background of the slide, you can see a real headlines from the papers about the accidents in the airport, and there is a tons of it, really. So how does it work? Here you can see an example of our real data from December 2019. This is our Gdańsk airport. As you can see, after parking the plane, we have an overview of all the vehicles that are approaching it. The video is sped up. Nobody broke the law here, so don't worry, guys. All data is saved on the panel, which allows the analysis of various operations that help optimize processes and give you a wider perspective on all the operations that are doing on the airport. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. As you can see, Granda is a very, very powerful system supporting the work of the entire airport and its employees. And now, if I know that there are some students and scientific teams watching us, guys, focus now because I have some opportunity for you. If you would like to implement innovations also to the aviation industry, you might want to focus right now. Here goes other extra activity, because as a Blue Solutions, we also accelerate startups. Yeah, and this is another way to implement innovations to industry. Is just to join to the incubation or acceleration program. If you do not know what the industry you're interested in is looking for, but you have skills and manpower, that's a really good idea. Why? Because you will solve a real problem, conduct a pilot implementation, get financing for development, and what's the most important, you will get a large customer. So not only money, but a real customer that will stay your paying customer in the long-term relationship if you will make it good work. And now, let me tell you a little bit more about this program, because it's really, really unique in our European scale, even in worldwide, to be honest, because this is equity-free acceleration program. We bring together large industry and technology startups that offer innovative solutions. We do it just to invent the future, to help the different industries. And the way we are helping our startups, it's of course money, because we can provide up to 65,000 euro per team, collaboration with a corporate customer, mentorship from world-class expert and from our team, and of course soft landing in Poland, because Poland Prize powered by Space 3AC is dedicated to international teams that would like to start or scale their business in Poland. And in that case, soft landing is very, very important, because there is a lot of formalities. You will have to open a company, bank account, find accommodation, and so on. So we can help with that, provide financing for that. And what's our extra benefit is that our accelerator is placed in the biggest standalone business complex in Poland, Olivia Business Center, which we all love, that's for sure. And when we look at the statistic, we already conducted 8 editions of our accelerator. We helped over 140 startups to implement the technologies to big industry with the help of 60 international mentors. And to summarize, over 27 million zloty were already allocated for our startups. So we run two different programs for startups. One is called Scale Up and is dedicated to Polish startups only. And the second one is called Poland Prize. Right now, we have an open application phase to the Poland Prize, and this is why I would like to focus on that program. The main goal of this program is to bring top-class startups to Gdańsk and support their growth within the Polish market by linking them with B2B clients. We work with several large enterprises that are open on implementing technologies. For example, Orange, VZU Lab, and Silesian Science and Technology Center of Aviation Industry. And here goes a fun fact. In October 2021, our accelerator was listed in the Deal Room report as one of the most important entities that support startups in Poland. Yeah, that was a really nice thing for us. And now, please let me show you our video from our program. And yes, that are our alumni and mentors and our team, not some random people. So have fun watching, and I'll be back soon, guys. I'm not sure if we have a sound.
No, we cannot hear the sound, unfortunately.
Okay, so just let me narrate the whole thing. So that was our CEO and Marta Moksa, Managing Director of Offer Co-working. Here are our workshop and our mentors, the real mentors and investors. There is always a support from Space to AC alumnus. We are very into networking and linking our startups with the whole community. This is one of our startups, Cognitive Data, that had a really impressive implementation pilot in, I think, in the first edition of our Poland Prize, which was a couple of years ago. Here you can see a demo day, because every acceleration round is finished with a demo day with investors, which is a very, very nice place to get to the media, to find some talents, to find some people interested in your idea, to talk with big industry players, or even with students, because what I know that there is a lot of scientific projects on universities that are just eager to go to the big world, but they just don't know how. They are so focused on the technology. Sometimes the lack of marketing skills or communication skills can just pause them from going forward. So now my favorite part, I guess, it's startups, our Space to AC startups. I would like to tell you more about startups, because some of them were working strictly with Silesian Center Aviation Technology in the aviation industry, but some of them were working on the AI or VR solutions that are not connected to the space or aviation sector, but can be widely implemented to both of these areas. So here we go. And this is Paradynamics. This is very niche startups that we found a couple of years ago. They are producing anti-MR composites, and they are specializing in those kind of solutions. They provide a design process starting from conceptual and industrial design to mass production planning. When they are working with a client, it's a quite long process, but it's also very complex, and you can expect a really good outcome from that. But I would like to focus on the composites. There are composites that can be found not only in the fragile aviation instrument, but also in the surveillance electronics, military electronic devices, of course, and even medical equipment shield. As you can see, this is a very, very wide range of applications. And what I can see that a lot of startups is creating solutions, and they are implemented into different sectors. And the program like Poland Prize powered by Space 3AC can help you get a customer and to get a new market or a new industry you would like to be in. So yeah, this startup, we're working with Silesian Center of Aviation Technology, what I remember, but BZBUS, we're working with one of the large industry from oil and gas industry, and they specializes in production and integration of airframes with vertical takeoff and landing systems. The startup created the utilized unmanned aircraft systems to monitor crops, forests, areas, and construction. They use drones in civil engineering, photogrammetry, 3D maps, and digital terrain models. They can inspect ordinary objects, construction site, visualization, and progress tracking. But what is cool about it, that the orthophoto map provided by the startups provides all the features of a geodetic map, really. In addition, thanks to this solution, you can scan the terrain with an accuracy up to 2 centimeters per pixel. With such a precision, you'll be able to spot a €1 coin on the ground, and that's really something. Those guys are doing a really cool things. There is a lot of going on in the startups. They came from Wrocław. This is our Polish startup, and they participated in our latest edition of Scale Up. They were working with one of our industry partner, and they invented a solution with help to see if someone is trying to seal something from the pipeline. And they use drones to this, and that was very, very accurate. Really enjoyed this implementation. Here you can see startups from the current edition of our acceleration program. On the left top, you can see also our team in Olivia Garden, where we had an opening of our summer batch. This is a really beautiful place. If you already haven't been there, just go, because you will really like it. On the right top, we can see a U-Trick team from Ukraine. They really enjoyed the time spent in Gdańsk. This startup U-Trick is all about analyzing the emotions. They are doing this thanks to the movement of the mouse and how you react in the internet on emails and some communications. So this is very, very interesting. We are very curious what their implementation will bring to us, because they just started their acceleration. So fingers crossed for this team. On the bottom left, we have a Battle Jungle team, and if you are looking for a gamification and networking application, that will be startup you'll be interested in, because those guys know how to do it, how to integrate teams in a nice business environment thanks to their application. We really enjoyed the application of Battle Jungle, because our team live in different parts of the Poland. So sometimes you can connect with your friends online doing cool stuff, not only writing on the chat. Of course, we had some interviews with our startups. We are trying to promote their ideas. Some of them are very downstream, and we would like to show that even if something is created in the laboratory, can be introduced to wider audience in a simple, understanding way. On the bottom right, you can see Cost Pocket team. They have a really good software for accountants that to help you deal with all the bills and invoices. If you are looking for such a solutions, feel free to contact with Cost Pocket, because they already established a Polish company. They are from Estonia. Battle Jungle is from Hungary, and U-Trick is from Ukraine, as I mentioned. In this current edition of our program, we have 10 teams from 8 countries. All of them already established companies in Poland and are working with our industry partners. And now, the project I showed you before, the Dynamics and BZBUS, were strictly connected to the aviation industry. But right now, I would like to show you our alumni of Poland Prize, because many of startup projects can create a value even in the different industry. For example, we have Ondato. Ondato provides solutions for identity verification, data monitoring, screening, due diligence, risk scoring, and case management all in one place. And I can easily imagine this solution in the airport where you have digital identity verification, and you can also get a risk scoring, which is very, very useful. Less industries came to Poland from Argentina a couple of years ago. Less developed industrial IoT solutions that allow companies in agriculture, energy, and other verticals to monitor and optimize the key variable in their business. Some of you might already know Sebastian is the guy on the right. He's our beloved co-worker from Offer Co-working, and he knows everything about IoT and sensor and can help you monitor really different variables, which is very useful because they can customize their solution to customers. And of course, the airports and aviation industry needs IoT, needs sensors. Maybe there are some gas leak and so on, and moisture of the atmosphere. So yeah, this can be easily implemented to different sectors, not only the one they are working in. And the last startup came to us from Germany, and Vencortex is all about AI-based system. The one you can see in here, the platform combining human intuition with insights from data, helps innovators to get new projects, to get financing. But this startup can basically create everything based on AI, whatever the customer needs. They have a really complex algorithm. They have already paying customers, and we are fingers crossed for them because this team is really ambitious. Okay, so move forward. Here go actual domains from our program, because right now we are still looking for startups, scientific teams, and groups of developers that would like to join our program. And those are our main domains. We focus on space sector. Of course, we're a space sector company, but not only. We are also focusing on smart city. We already work with multiple startups regarding this area, and we saw really nice implementation in that in this industry. Of course, transportation and logistics, also land and maritime. We are working with ports and airports, so this is very important for our partners. And in this year, we added an extra sector agnostic. We did it because what we found is that a lot of startups has really ambitious and very well developed projects, but they are not sure where they should apply with those projects. And sometimes by sending an application to the acceleration program, you can get a really nice feedback saying, guys, this solution is nice, but maybe you can implement it to the different sector. Maybe you can change one feature and you will find customers in here. Our program is based on the challenges we have from our industry partners. When a big enterprise has a challenge, because we like to call it challenges, not the problems. This enterprise can come to us, say, hey, we have a problem and we are looking for solutions to help you minimize the CO2, or to help us optimize the processes, to help automation of the marketing, or even more technological issue like hydrogen technologies and fuel cells, like my previous speaker said. And after we got a challenge like that, we are looking for startups interested in creating a solution for that challenge. We have a pretty wide base of startups, and we have over 40 challenges on our website of Poland Prize powered by Space2AC. And what's very interesting that my previous speaker said about challenges in aviation industry regarding COVID, but also the movement on the airport. I can agree with that completely, because I'm working with several big industries that are looking for solutions for exactly such a challenges. So we all facing those challenges, and you may see that those are real life problems or challenges, not only some extra technology to help you being cool. No, we are solving the real challenges to maybe change the world, or at least our closest environment. So yeah, sector agnostic is for those who are not sure with whom they would like to work, but they would like to start with their business. What I can tell you that sector agnostic is the most it's the best for the scientific teams where they do not have established company, they don't have their market research and so on. They just have an idea and would like to start with their business. Right now, I would like to introduce you to our official corporate and VC partners. Of course, Orange, which we have been working for years with the Scale Up project and also a full enterprise project. Of course, PZU Lab, which is very hungry of innovations, and our investors from First VC, looking for very ambitious entrepreneurs that would like to create tech startups. Olivia Business Center, of course. Olivia Business Center is working with Battle Jungle on their gamification platform. So yeah, that team should be very well integrated thanks to that. Of course, our new partners, Solidarity Transport Hub Poland. We have some very interesting challenges for this partner. Hopefully we'll find startups that will be ready to solve them in the next 8 months. As I mentioned, Silesian Science and Technology Center of Aviation Industry, Port Gdańsk, which is our old partner, and we really enjoy working with them. Valmont, Welcome Airport Services, which has also a very nice ground handling challenges on our website, and Luxonlet, that is all about lightning. You can see that there is one undisclosed partner. I can't tell you now who is this because we are still waiting for green light to public of the information, but that might be a very interesting for those who would like to start their career in a startup world. So just follow our social media, check out our website, and you will know who is this in a couple of days. Now, a few days ago was a very important moment for us as an accelerator because we acquired a new partner, a quite big partner, because this Polish gas and oil company is the leader in the Polish natural gas market. As you may see, it is a listed company operating in exploration for and production of natural gas and crude oil. This company is looking for as many as 14 different solutions, as I remember, to its challenges. So it expands our portfolio very well. And this company is also looking for solutions regarding hydrogen technologies, fuel cells, and so on. So there is a lot of going on in there, and I hope we'll find proper startups to work with these guys. So now, I know that today at the conference, we have a lot of students and people who would like to start their working in the aviation industry. So I'd like to tell you more about the program because it's not that easy. If you have an idea, you also had to be able to meet some requirements. We accept tips of at least 2 individuals because we can't accelerate a single person. It's just too much work for one person in the program. Technology readiness level should be 3 or higher. And what is the most important, we are looking for teams that will be able to provide some results under the acceleration. It might be a prototype, a demonstration, maybe a full version. We already saw it, and this is perfect when you can do it, but you don't have to. But yeah, be able to face the challenges you'll be committed to. And of course, this is program for international startups, so at least one visit to Gdańsk will be necessary, and that probably will be January. We hope that will be a lot of snow so everyone can spend a nice time in Gdańsk. Oh, sorry, I went too far. Yep. Let's go to the benefits, of course. From my perspective, as an organizer of the acceleration program and also a former startupper that took part in the Space 3 AC program like 4 or 5 years ago, I can tell you that the biggest benefit of this program is direct cooperation with big enterprise. You can go to your customer, ask about his needs, about the challenges, about the culture, about the employees, what they want, what they do not want, about their goals. And this is like a liquid gold, really. You want to join the program, even if there's no money, and we can give you up to 65,000 euro in cash. You just want to work with this customer, because this is one of the biggest problems in a startup world, that you can get a customer because there is no way to contact directly to the directors and people who can decide if you are worth to be implemented to the infrastructure of a big company, and we can do it for you. So there's also a big benefit because there is access to large internal Polish market and stakeholders. Of course, we can help you with office spaces. We have our friends in O4 co-working, so we are always happy to send our startups there. We are very integrated with our European startup community. We are taking part in many conferences, and we are also mentors for many programs. For international teams, building visibility on the Polish market is a very big advantage. We, as a Blue Dot Solutions, we also run Kosmonauta.net portal, which is not only for the astronautical news, but also business and technology news. So we can help them with promotion, of course, mentorship from World Class Experts and our experienced team, and Demo Day. And I think Demo Day is a very interesting place to show your startup to the wider audience. I already showed you the movie that Demo Day was conducted during the InfoShare. At this moment, we are not sure if we will be hosting a Demo Day online or offline due to the COVID situation. That would be great to meet you all guys in one place. A couple of years ago, we had a great event in Gardens on Innovation in the Orange headquarters in Warsaw, which was very great. On the picture, you can see the Surveilly team during this event. They won the Best Software Award, and they built an incredibly powerful monitoring system based on AI. Surveilly, you can check this team, is very also interesting. They won a lot of prizes, awards, and they have a lot of customers. We are very proud of these guys. Demo Day is also a great place to meet more investors, because we are not only helping startups to get money from the grants from our accelerator, but also introduce them to the investors, because we are just the beginning of their journey, and this is very important to us to support them during the whole way. Yeah, of course, there will be a live transmission from the events on social media, so follow our social media to stay up to date. And yeah, so guys, my next slide is all about is a movie. And as we know, the sound it's not working. I don't know why. Then I won't play this movie. So I think that will be all for me. For those who is interested in the acceleration program, I would also would like to add that acceleration phase lasts from 3 to 8 months, and it all depends on your individual needs. Sometimes software can be easily implemented in 3 months. But when you are building some very specializing hardware or something like that, you will need 8 months for that. We don't want to rush anyone. We are here for our teams. So yeah, if you are interested in joining such a program, feel free to email me. Here you can see my email, hello@space3.ac. Visit our website and also join our newsletter. Our CEO, Wojciech Drewczyński, every Thursday is sharing a CEO story of the week. He has a really nice experience in that field, and I think this is very worthy for you to join. This is our business development club, and I think that's all for me. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview and practical guidelines. So we hope to see more startups on your list. Now we do have some questions from the audience, so please let me ask two. So the first one is, I'm interested in participating in the accelerator program. Until when can I apply to the Space 3C?
Sure, I'm very happy about it. We are accepting application till the end of November, but don't worry, guys. Potentially there will be new editions at the beginning of the year. So follow us on social media, check out our website, and join our newsletter because thanks to that you will be up to date. There will be some new partners and some new challenges from them also published on our website in the couple of next days. So stay tuned, and I will be happy to have you on board.
Thank you very much. Last question. Do you create applications based on satellite data on request?
Sure, and we get it a lot because we are working with several different companies and research institutions through the whole world. So sometimes we create systems on demand. And I'm very sorry that the movie I had on the last slide didn't work because I can show you only this slide. We participated in the Ariadna project, and they help bring more awareness when it comes to benefits of Galileo for urban mobility. This is my boss, and he said here a lot of wise things about satellite data, but I won't show you that because we don't have a sound, but still you can check out our website for more information. And yes, we are doing such a system for request.
Thank you so much once again. Well, we are running out of time, so please let me introduce our last speaker of the day. Thank you, Magdalena, once again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So our last speech of day one of our conference is our keynote speech by Patrycja Pacak, a world champion in glider aerobatics. She's going to talk about she's going to talk about her experience, her journey, and the challenges she faced during the World Championship. Patrycja, welcome to our conference. Please let me know if you can hear us and if you can see us. The speech is in Polish, so please let me switch languages. Pani Patrycjo, dzień dobry. Proszę powiedzieć, czy nas Pani słyszy i czy...
Dzień dobry, słyszę bardzo dobrze, tak. Mam nadzieję, że mnie też słychać.
Super. W takim razie zostawiam Pani przestrzeń na dzisiejsze ostatnie spotkanie i do zobaczenia po wystąpieniu.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dobrze, ja postaram się teraz dodać prezentację i podzielić z Państwem ekranem. Dobrze, mam nadzieję, że widać wszystko.
Jeszcze nie widzimy, także...
Teraz w tym momencie nie, dalej nie widać.
Jeszcze nie widzimy, także może za sekundę się pojawi.
A widać pulpit w ogóle, czy niestety nie udało się?
Nie widzimy pulpitu.
Dobrze,
teraz już tak, teraz widzimy prezentację, także prosiłabym o...
Super, ja może na początek dodam właśnie, że wybrałam akrobację, bo jest tam bardzo mało wszelkiej technologii. Dobrze, udało się odpalić, myślę, że możemy zaczynać.
Proszę przejść do tego modułu na dole prezentacji.
Moduł...
Tak, na samym dole na tym pomarańczowym pasku jest taki podświetlona ikona, zaraz przy minusie.
Powinno być. Dobrze, teraz jest w porządku, tak czy?
Nadal nie jesteśmy w tym, nie jesteśmy jeszcze w prezentacji, ale...
Dobra, bo ja widzę... Dobra.
Ale jeśli jest jakiś problem techniczny, to spokojnie myślę, że możemy przejść w takiej formie, w jakiej jest.
Tak, nie widać, bo ja mam całość.
Teraz wszystko widzimy, super.
Jest,
Dziękuję
dobra.
bardzo.
Przepraszam za te małe problemy, mam nadzieję, że teraz już pójdzie troszkę szybciej. Zacznę dla tych z Państwa, którzy właśnie się połączyli może później albo mnie nie znają, tylko krótko powiem. Zawodowo jestem członkiem Państwowej Komisji Badania Wypadków Lotniczych, pełnię funkcję sekretarza. No a prywatnie jestem sportowcem, członkiem Aeroklubu Częstochowskiego, kadry narodowej i w 2019 roku zdobyłam Mistrzostwo Świata w rumuńskiej Dewie w akrobacji szybowcowej w klasie Advanced. Dzisiaj chciałabym poruszyć dwa takie duże zagadnienia. W pierwszym opowiem właśnie o akrobacji jako drodze do mistrzostwa, o celach, motywacji, koncentracji i odporności na stres. I w drugiej części, też nawiązując tutaj troszkę do tego dużego lotnictwa, opowiem, jak ta właśnie akrobacja może się przekładać na nasze bezpieczeństwo w locie i pokażę jeden z przykładów poważnych incydentów, który krótko omówię. Zanim przejdę właśnie do tego, jak akrobacja może pomóc w pilotażu, ale też w codziennym życiu, na ten dzisiejszy temat chciałam spojrzeć troszkę z takiej innej perspektywy. Akrobacja jako właśnie nie cel sam w sobie, tylko jako droga do osiągnięcia mistrzostwa. Zwyciężać możemy w każdej dziedzinie, bo oczywiście sukcesem, osiągnięciem możemy nazwać powrót z takiej wielkiej międzynarodowej imprezy z złotym medalem, ale jest nim też przecież pierwszy lot samodzielny, jest nim dobrze wykonany projekt, czy zaprojektowanie optymalizacji jakiejś zmiany konstrukcyjnej, która przyniesie firmie wymierne zyski. To wszystko jest kwestią nastawienia, tak? Jeżeli podejmiemy decyzję, że codziennie rano biegamy 10 km i tą decyzję konsekwentnie realizujemy, możemy powiedzieć, że każdego dnia wygrywamy ze samym sobą. I takie właściwe planowanie jest naszym drogowskazem. Wiele osób pytało mnie, czy jadąc na Mistrzostwa Świata właśnie w 2019 roku, czy wiedziałam, że wygram. Nie wiedziałam, ale mogę powiedzieć z perspektywy, że miałam właściwie sformułowane cele. Oczywiście każdy chce wygrać, to jest dość jasne, natomiast kwestia tego, w jaki sposób postawimy sobie przed sobą ten cel, może zadecydować o tym, czy uda nam się go zrealizować, czy nie. Mamy przykład kolarza. Dobrze przygotowanego do sezonu, dużo trenował, jest w życiowej formie, ma świetny sprzęt i wszystko powinno pójść po jego myśli. Ale czy to już gwarantuje mu, że ten dany wyścig MTB wygra? Czy to gwarantuje właśnie to jego dobre przygotowanie, dobra forma? Niekoniecznie, dlatego że możemy mieć drugiego kolarza, tak samo dobrze przygotowanego, który ma lepsze warunki fizyczne i w tym konkretnym wyścigu okaże się po prostu lepszy. Co to powoduje? Takie podejście zamiast samorealizacji prowadzi do frustracji, niepotrzebnego stresu, wywołuje brak wiary w nasze własne możliwości. Wszystko przez to, że właśnie ten kolarz, czy tak jak tutaj mamy akrobację, że cel był źle postawiony. Tak? Ja jadąc na zawody miałam cel uzyskać 75% punktów. Co do zasady właśnie w akrobacji taki wynik w klasyfikacji ogólnej prowadzi do tego, że znajdujemy się w pierwszej piątce. Ale proszę zauważyć tutaj taką subtelną różnicę między sformułowaniem w tym sezonie uzyskam 75%, a w tym sezonie będę w pierwszej piątce. Otóż w przypadku dobrze sformułowanego celu jest on całkowicie zależny od nas. Polegamy tylko na sobie, a nie na przykład na złej dyspozycji naszych przeciwników. Jeżeli mamy już dobrze sformułowany cel, musimy mieć też dobrą motywację. I oczywiście znowu mówimy o tym, że każdy chciałby wygrać. Jeżeli ta motywacja wynika z czego się w co do końca nie wierzymy, bo ktoś nam narzucił, możemy się spodziewać, że będzie ciężko nam ją utrzymać i tak naprawdę do końca sami w to nie wierzymy, więc jak mamy to zaprezentować innym? Zwyciężanie jest takim procesem eliminacji właśnie tych słabych punktów i podkreślaniem swoich najlepszych stron. Musi właśnie dlatego wynikać z naszej wewnętrznej potrzeby i najlepiej, żeby odnosiła się do tego, na co realnie mamy wpływ i żeby była pozytywna, bo nie możemy pojechać na zawody z taką myślą, teraz to im wszystkim dokopię. W akrobacji mamy 3 konkurencje, program znany, dowolny, znany, nieznany i wiązankę, którą sobie sami też układamy z nieznanych figur, co oznacza, tak w skrócie, że musimy rozegrać co najmniej 3 konkurencje i odbyć 3 loty, aby dane zawody uznać za rozegrane, czyli żeby wyłonić mistrza świata. Jeżeli naszą motywacją jest właśnie chęć jak najlepszego zaprezentowania się i całą tą energię zużyjemy już w pierwszej konkurencji, będzie bardzo ciężko utrzymać tak wysoki poziom motywacji do samego końca zawodów. Jeżeli prześledzimy sobie wyniki, tutaj akurat mówię akrobacyjnych mistrzostw świata w klasie Advanced, praktycznie nie zdarzało się, żeby ktoś, kto wygrał pierwszą konkurencję, dociągnął do końca na tym właśnie miejscu, tak? Czyli żeby wygrywając w pierwszej konkurencji był w stanie wygrać całe zawody, całą klasyfikację generalną i właśnie osiągnąć ten tytuł mistrza świata. Jest to taki pewien paradoks, tak? No, bo wydaje nam się, że trzeba wygrywać, żeby być najlepszym, ale jest też ważna zasada, żeby oszczędzać tą energię i że nie trzeba wygrać każdej konkurencji, tak? A jeżeli wygrywamy już pierwszą, pojawia się nam jeszcze taki dodatkowy czynnik, którym jest taki fear of failure bardzo silny, czyli obawiamy się, że coś może pójść nie tak, ale w końcu sami chcieliśmy wszystkim pokazać. Także teraz musimy się z tego jakoś wytłumaczyć. No i tutaj koncentracja jest naszą taką bronią, tak? Czyli ta umiejętność wyłączenia tła i skupienia się znowu na naszym celu. Jeżeli skupimy się na tym, co mieliśmy założone, będzie nam łatwiej realizować tą naszą drogę do mistrzostwa. Przykładowo w Dewie, w pierwszej konkurencji zdobyłam medal brązowy, później po drugiej konkurencji objęłam prowadzenie. Mamy trzecią konkurencję, której nie wygrywam, ale dalej jestem na pierwszym miejscu, tak? Oczywiście może się pojawić euforia, może się pojawić właśnie presja, może się pojawić ta obawa, że teraz to sobie może nie dam rady, że jest jakiś dodatkowy czynnik w postaci oddechu przeciwników na plecach, którzy gonią mnie i starają się mi wyrwać to pierwsze miejsce. Ale wtedy ja sobie przypominam, jaki był mój cel. Mój cel był właściwie postawiony, tak? Bo ja sobie założyłam, że będę mieć 75% i jak na razie ten cel realizuję. A gdzieś tam przy okazji powoduje to, że jestem na czele tabeli. Poza tym naszą bronią, taką właśnie w tej dobrej koncentracji jest też powtarzalność czynności, czyli wszystko staram się robić to samo. Zawodnicy często nazywają to taką rutyną przedstartową, której nie zmieniamy, zwłaszcza jeżeli ona dobrze działa. To może być odpowiednie rozciąganie się, może być też jakaś rozgrzewka, ale także słuchanie chociażby tej samej muzyki przed wejściem do kabiny. Jeżeli mamy dobrze utrzymaną koncentrację, czy to nam gwarantuje, że wszystko pójdzie według naszej myśli? Tak, jeżeli mamy też wypracowaną odporność na stres. No właśnie, czy można ją wypracować? Można z całą pewnością nauczyć się rozpoznawać reakcje naszego organizmu, to w jaki sposób właśnie organizm reaguje na konkretne sytuacje. Jeżeli chodzi o akrobację, mamy duże przeciążenia, które są bardzo wymagające dla pilota fizycznie, więc oprócz tego stresu wynikającego ze zwykłej rywalizacji, z chęci osiągnięcia jak najlepszego wyniku i pokazania się przed sędziami, a oprócz tego dochodzi zmęczenie, które jest po pierwsze związane z lotem, po drugie związane ze słońcem. Zawody zwykle odbywają się w lecie w Rumunii w miesiącu lipcu. Temperatury utrzymują się praktycznie cały czas powyżej 30 stopni. Szybowiec nagrzewa się jeszcze szybciej, także jeżeli siedzimy już przed startem w kabinie, to jest tam naprawdę upalnie. No i zakładamy, że dzięki tym wszystkim czynnościom, które wykonaliśmy powtarzalnie, znaleźliśmy się w tej kabinie, wszystko jest ok, jesteśmy super skoncentrowani na naszym kolejnym locie, na tym, żeby polecieć do strefy akrobacji, czyli wznieść się za samolotem holującym na wysokość około 1300 metrów i później wykonać ten zadany program, czyli serię figur. Wszystko jest ok, tak by się wydawało. Ale wtedy może pojawić się coś, na co nie byliśmy przygotowani. Ja miałam na przykład taką sytuację, piąta konkurencja, po 4 konkurencjach dalej jestem na prowadzeniu, presja rośnie, wiadomo, że oczekiwania też rosną w miarę tego, jak idzie. I przy locie na 5. konkurencję okazuje się, że nie działa mi urządzenie do pomiaru wysokości. Tak jak powiedziałam, szybowiec musi wznieść się na wysokość 1300 metrów, a potem ma 1000 metrów, żeby wykonać wszystkie figury. Jeżeli urządzenie nie działa, to tak naprawdę nie możemy sprawdzić, czy szybowiec nie wyszedł poza te granice. W związku z czym trzeba wylądować. I całe przygotowanie, ta nasza rutyna, to wszystko, cała powtarzalność czynności, to, że jesteśmy dobrze przygotowani, to wszystko nagle upada i traci sens w jakimś stopniu. I pojawia się stres, oczywiście. Tego nie da się nie zauważyć. I właśnie miałam dokładnie taką sytuację, tak? Musiałam wylądować, była awaria techniczna, oczywiście jury postanowiło, że będę powtarzać lot. To była też sytuacja, która jest opisana w regulaminie. Ale ciężko było się właśnie tutaj pozbierać, żeby jeszcze raz zmusić się do tej koncentracji. Natomiast ja, znając po prostu swój organizm na tyle, wiedziałam, jak doprowadzić się do tego właściwego mindsetu, jak po prostu, jak sobie powiedzieć, że teraz będzie kolejny lot i mam to zrobić po prostu dobrze. Oczywiście nie byłoby to możliwe bez przygotowania. Przygotowanie składa się z takich oczywiście rzeczy jak praktyka, czyli po prostu godziny spędzane w powietrzu, czy w tym wypadku strefy, tak, my raczej w akrobacji liczymy czas w strefach, w związku z tym, że sam hol na wysokość 1300 metrów trwa około 15 minut, a później nasz lot akrobacyjny, czyli ta właściwa wiązanka trwa około 3 minut. Także tutaj zdecydowanie mówimy o strefach. Mamy też feedback, czyli to, że wykonujemy jakieś loty, które później ktoś nam ocenia, jest w stanie, mamy też kamerę, jesteśmy w stanie ocenić nasze błędy i następnym razem poprawić te błędy. I bardzo ważna rzecz, ja jestem też instruktorem i staram się to przekazywać moim uczniom, czyli wizualizacja. Ten trening, który jesteśmy w stanie wykonać na ziemi, czyli to całe przygotowanie, tak? Czyli próbujemy wyobrazić sobie, jaki za chwilę czeka nas zadanie, jak będziemy się odnajdywać w poszczególnych figurach, tak? W którym miejscu strefy będziemy, w którym strefa, można powiedzieć, jest taki nasz wirtualny właśnie stadion, czyli w jakim miejscu strefy będziemy, żeby sędziowie dobrze nas widzieli, jaką będziemy mieli prędkość, czy wszystko będzie szło tak, jak sobie założymy. Tak? To pozwala, że jeżeli pojawi się jakiś czynnik, którego się nie spodziewaliśmy, typu silniejszy wiatr, możemy na to odpowiednio wcześnie, szybko zareagować. Tak, i to właśnie dobre przygotowanie jest też kluczem do dobrego lotu. I po co to wszystko? Jak ta akrobacja przydaje się w naszym codziennym życiu? Teraz będzie właśnie druga część, w której najpierw omówię jeden z przypadków, a później podkreślę, jak to się ma do akrobacji. Tak. W dzisiejszych czasach mamy taką batalię pomiędzy konstruktorami lotniczymi a pilotami. Dlatego, że jednym z największych osiągnięć jest, do którego też dążą konstruktorzy i inżynierowie, jest pełna automatyzacja systemów. I według tej koncepcji bezpośrednio za bezpieczeństwo pasażerów odpowiadają algorytmy. Podobnie za komfort pasażera. W jaki sposób odpowiadają? No chociażby limitując przeciążenia. Tak jak tutaj widać, przy przeciążeniu 1G możemy sobie spokojnie siedzieć, natomiast przy dodatnim lub ujemnym przeciążeniu no nasze miny nie są już takie same i na pewno nie chcielibyśmy tego doświadczać. Podczas całego procesu szkolenia lotniczego piloci uczą się przede wszystkim sterować. Później, jak przechodzą na tak zwane zawodowstwo, czyli zaczynają latać dużymi samolotami, tego latania w rękach jest troszkę mniej. Oczywiście są sesje symulatorowe, są sesje przypominające, ale tak naprawdę wykorzystują tylko piloci tak naprawdę wykorzystują tylko 5% zakresu sterowania samolotem w takim normalnym, prawidłowym locie. No oczywiście niektórzy chcieliby więcej. Jeżeli pójdą na kurs akrobacji, zapiszą się, będą latać, to wszystko jest w porządku i jakby nie ma problemu, ale co jeżeli próbują coś takiego zrobić z pasażerami na pokładzie? W tym wypadku przypilnują ich systemy, tak? Nie pozwolą im przekroczyć tych limitów. No chyba że coś zawiedzie. Naszym przypadkiem omawianym dzisiaj będzie lot z Brukseli do Warszawy. W 2019 roku miał miejsce poważny incydent. Krótko opowiem, na czym polegało zdarzenie. Właśnie wracając już z tego lotu, załoga wykonywała standardowy, można powiedzieć rutynowy lot na trasie do lotniska Warszawa-Okęcie. Było to ich lotnisko bazowe. piloci dobrze znali to lotnisko. Podejście do lądowania było ustabilizowane, 1000 fitów, 500 fitów, wszystko w porządku. Pilotem monitorującym był kapitan, w tym wypadku bardziej doświadczony, dużo bardziej doświadczony członek załogi, kapitan, dowódca, miał około 4500 godzin. Jeżeli chodzi o pilota lecącego, był to pierwszy oficer, który miał nalot zaledwie 500 godzin na typie, czyli na tym właśnie Embraerze, o którym mowa. Nalot życiowy niewiele większy, bo około 700 godzin. Można powiedzieć, że w dużym lotnictwie nie jest to duży nalot. Jak na razie wszystko do podejścia odbywało się standardowo, wszystko było w porządku, pogoda była dobra na lotnisku, ale wiał silny wiatr. W trakcie już tego końcowej fazy podejścia pilot lecący wypiął autopilota, załoga dostała zgodę na lądowanie. Natomiast pilot nie poradził sobie z bocznym wiatrem. Zagapił się, nie monitorował pionowego opadania samolotu, przyziemił samolot i to przyziemienie było twarde, około 2G odczuwane przez pasażerów na pewno było. Nic jeszcze się nie dzieje, dlatego że w takim wypadku po prostu piloci powinni przejść na drugi krąg. Żeby to uczynić, wystarczy nacisnąć przycisk Take Off, Go Run. Wtedy samolot wykorzystuje swoje systemy, żeby trochę pilotom podpowiedzieć. Niestety gdzieś ten etap został pominięty, czyli już ten system, który miał zapewnić, że pilot, który jest gdzieś właśnie zestresowany, ma jakieś poboczne inne czynniki, które wpływają na to, że nie monitoruje wszystkich parametrów poprawnie. I ten system miał pomóc przejść bezpiecznie na drugi krąg, natomiast pilot pomija, tak? Nie wykonuje też powtarzalnych czynności, nie idzie według procedury. Kapitan, który siedzi obok i jest pilotem monitorującym, też spóźnił się z reakcją, żeby powstrzymać samolot od takiego właśnie twardego przyziemienia. No i w tym momencie, kiedy rzeczywiście okazuje się, że przechodzą na drugi krąg, on wykonuje swoje czynności jako pilota monitorującego. Ale nagle, w związku właśnie z tym, że samolot nie był w pełni zautomatyzowany, okazuje się, że samolot ma zbyt mocno zadarty nos, co skutkuje utratą prędkości. Piloci oczywiście w końcu zauważają utratę prędkości. Kontroler też pyta się, co jest nie tak, bo widzi też na swoim radarze, że samolot wznosi się zbyt dużą prędkością wznoszenia i przede wszystkim ze zbyt dużym kątem pochylenia, który wynosi 32 stopnie. Dla takiego manewru 8 stopni byłoby w porządku, natomiast 30 jest zupełnie nie na tej granicy. To, co mówiłam wcześniej, że piloci wykorzystują około 5% możliwości zakresu sterowania. Jest to właśnie na wykresie przedstawione zielonym kwadracikiem prostokąta, przepraszam. Gdzie natomiast znalazł się nasz samolot? No tutaj, tak, już jesteśmy na skraju tego czerwonego zakresu i oczywiście jeżeli chodzi o akrobację, to nie ma problemu, cały ten obszar jest do naszej tylko wyobraźni i możemy tam szaleć i wykonywać przeróżne manewry, do tego mamy przeznaczone statki powietrzne. Natomiast w przypadku samolotu pasażerskiego, chociażby ze względu na bezpieczeństwo i komfort pasażerów, tego się nie robi. Więc w tym momencie, kiedy znajdujemy się tutaj już przy 30 stopniach do góry, tak, czyli samolot jest kierowany nosem do góry, no zaczyna się robić nieciekawie. Spada prędkość i jak się do tego odnosi instrukcja użytkowania w locie? no, mówi, że jeżeli przekroczymy 25 stopni pochylenia, mamy już do czynienia z sytuacją tak zwanym upsetem i musimy zastosować procedurę wyprowadzenia z tego nienormalnego położenia, upset recovery. Oczywiście piloci zastosowali procedurę, wykonując znowu nie według checklisty, ale ciężko tutaj przy takiej presji czasu też oceniać ich zachowanie. Kapitan przejmuje rolę pilota lecącego. Troszkę nam się zaczyna zacierać ten podział ról pomiędzy pilotem lecącym i monitorującym, tak, bo w tym momencie kapitan przejmuje stery i wyprowadza samolot, tak? Czyli tutaj mamy do czynienia z poważnym incydentem, ponieważ nie było żadnych skutków. Udało się załodze wyprowadzić samolot do lotu normalnego na 300 metrach i już bez dalszych następstw wykonują krąg do lądowania. Kapitan ląduje oczywiście już prawidłowo. Mieliśmy kilka tutaj rzeczy, które można było zauważyć właśnie w tym przypadku poważnego incydentu. Czego zabrakło? No, zabrakło właśnie tej powtarzalności czynności, zabrakło tej szybkiej reakcji, tak? Jeżeli kapitan byłby w stanie poprawić błąd w technice pilotowania przy lądowaniu pierwszego oficera, czy też później, kiedy nie wcisnął przycisku take-off coherent i po prostu to wszystko odbywało się na niewłaściwych parametrach. Jeżeli oceniłby tą sytuację, zauważył w porę, no i też jeżeli ten oficer, właśnie pierwszy pilot był w stanie rozpoznać swoje ograniczenia i też być może jakieś inne czynniki typu zmęczenie lotem, stres związany ze zbyt silnym bocznym wiatrem, być może nie doszłoby do tego poważnego incydentu. I tak podsumowując, co nam daje akrobacja? No właśnie wszystkie te rzeczy, których tutaj zabrakło. Dlatego nie można powiedzieć, że akrobacja ogranicza się tylko i wyłącznie do roli sportu, i nie przydaje się w takim codziennym życiu. Mam nadzieję, że tutaj udało mi się przynajmniej część z Państwa przekonać do tego, że akrobacja jest nam potrzebna i też, że właśnie to określenie właściwe celu, motywacji, sposób znalezienia odpowiedniej koncentracji czy radzenia sobie ze stresem, że to wszystko możemy wykorzystać w naszym życiu i że to wszystko może nas poprowadzić do mistrzostwa, obojętnie w jakiej dziedzinie sobie zamarzymy. Dziękuję Państwu za uwagę. To już wszystko ode mnie. Chyba że będą jeszcze jakieś pytania. Dziękuję.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Było naprawdę interesujące i przede wszystkim najważniejsze jest to, że mogliśmy posłuchać bezpośrednio od osoby, która to wszystko przeżyła, o tym doświadczeniu. Jeśli macie Państwo jakieś pytania, to oczywiście zapraszamy. Jeśli te pytania przyjdą później, to możemy je przekazać jeszcze Pani Patrycji po konferencji, poprosić o powiedzenie, o odpowiedzi na te tematy. Jeśli nie ma w tym momencie pytań, to dziękujemy bardzo i było nam naprawdę miło móc gościć.
Ja też dziękuję za zaproszenie. Pozdrawiam.
Dziękujemy bardzo. So switching back to English, thank you very much. This was our last talk of the day. We hope to see you tomorrow. We go live at 9 a.m. So please be with us and see you tomorrow.